welcome on in. I have hopefully fixed all of the problems that I had with my microphone and the USB port by switching the port that I was using. Um, it improved last stream, but well, never mind. It's apparently still having problems on both sides of my laptop. So I think the next thing I need to do is get a different cable, and I will hopefully have that in a day or two. Uh, in point of fact, I may just order one on Amazon right now. But let's see, USB to USB C? Yeah. Um, Either way, that's something I can worry about off stream. For those just coming in, uh, I was reading an article today about a young woman in Ohio who made art for an art project based off of an Australian artist. Um, and so the theme they had to incorporate was tape. Uh, the artist in Australia makes murals and graffiti with tape on public buildings, um, not illegally, just that's the form that they use for their art. And this young woman, this 14-year-old girl, made the image on the left that is a man standing with his hands crossed and a pregnant woman with tape over her mouth and tape binding her hands. And evidently it was good art, because people got offended. So it took a matter of days. Incidentally, this was art that she'd had approved by the teacher before she made it. Um, and so in a matter of days, the superintendent got involved because someone was so offended by this art. And then, as though to prove this young woman's point about silencing women, the school went ahead and put up butcher paper and taped over it, which is uh, like, it's so clear that they don't understand the fucking irony of that. But, you know, if this girl is making art like this at 14, I will be very interested to see where she goes, because clearly her art is effective or affective. In point of fact, I read a comment on that, um, about good art and the idea that good art should, uh, comfort the disturbed and disturb the comforted. I would say disturb the comfortable personally, but I liked the quote. So I definitely am impressed with the artwork, and I'd love to be shocked by the school's response, but I'm just not. It's it's so predictable. Um, but it's one of those things that if an author wrote this sequence of events down in a book, you'd be like, a little on the nose to have them literally tape over the thing about women's voices being silenced. But here we are. I don't know. Impressed with the kid, not impressed with the school district, but that seems to be pretty common when I'm reading stories like this. Just always disappointing to see the school district capitulate to the offended. Always been interested by that sort of idea that somebody taking offense should mean anything. Um, to anybody but the offended person. I think honestly being offended is a genuinely positive thing. If you take the next step to go, why? Why am I offended by this? Because then you can go, am I being offended by something that is opposed to my sensibilities? If yes, are my sensibilities sensible? Um, and if you take those steps as an open minded individual, you can come to one of two conclusions. One, no, this is fucked up. I'm opposed to it. Or maybe I need to reconsider my position on these things. And caving to the least tolerant person in the room means that you just wind up with less open discussion, B, less good art. Pretty much invariably, you get all of the good art censored. Um, and I have the same objections to this story that I did to the Nazis burning books, you know? It's or burning down the Institute for Sexual Wissenschaft. It's destruction of ideas that you oppose uh, without bothering to take them into consideration. Um, and I think a healthy mind can look at something, be offended, and go, yeah, I continue to be offended by that. I understand maybe where the artist is coming from, but I consider it offensive. Um, but I hate the idea that my being offended by something should mean that the artist has to change it if it's not like actively physically harming someone. Um, so as far as like, I'm a hard guy to offend, but when you get, uh, you know, individuals defacing art to make some point about, global oil or whatever, it's like, yeah, that does offend me. Um, I really wish that you were, blowing up a pipeline to make your point because that would at least be consistent with the argument you're making. Whereas defacing centuries old unique art is, I mean, you're not ISIS if you're not doing other ISIS things, but that is a thing that ISIS does, and I am bothered when they do it, so I'm bothered when, climate protesters do dumb shit like that. And I think that is potentially harmful to, our record of human history, whereas someone, saying a word I don't like or making an art that makes me uncomfortable, I'm like, all right, it's fucking art or them talking. Um, but I don't see why it should have any effect on other people's creations to have, one person or even multiple people offended at a thing. Um, I think our society does not nearly often enough look at someone who is offended and say, cope. I think they need more of that. Um, I think catering to the kinds of people who want to destroy or cover up art that offends them makes for a worse society, a less open-minded society, a less inventive society, uh, and I mean this. Don't get me wrong. He, talk about things that offend me in this story. It's papering over the young woman's art. Like that's the thing that I find offensive. But clearly, Dawn Wallace of Adams Valley, Ohio School District disagrees with me because apparently making art that is not only indicative of the times, but a pretty accurate representation of certain values in the US uh, is a problem somehow, rather than an impressive artistic statement from such a young woman. I don't know. I would think that this would be the kind of thing that you'd want to encourage in young artists, but I think at some level, it's also indicative of truly good art. Is if you've made art that doesn't offend people, is it really art? The goal of art is to move emotions, and emotions could be, joy, disgust, melancholy, ennui, whatever. But if nothing else, this art clearly affected the emotions of the people who viewed it, which to my mind is a successful artwork. It's the sort of thing that clearly moves emotions, even if it's simply making uncomfortable the people that the artwork is about. Kind of an easy target, frankly, but I'm always amused by the how the facts don't care about your feelings crowd seem to want to act on their feelings a whole lot, which I admit I've never personally understood. Um, not a not a guy who's driven heavily by emotion. Generally, lean more logical, analytical. But I suppose it's definitely it's a way to live. It's a way that I don't get. Um, but on the other hand, I look at people who actually live by their horoscopes to with a little bit of unease because I just fundamentally don't understand how the human brain works that way. So, but it takes all kinds, and in a on a planet of 8 billion people, good. It's nice that people are different. It'd get real fucking boring if we weren't. Um, says the guy who studied anthropology, but you know, I think people are weird, and that should broadly be celebrated. Um, and I am almost invariably against censorship. I want to say 100%, but I'm sure there's an edge case that someone could bring up. But generally speaking, I think censoring things you disagree with is conceding the point that whatever you're censoring with is correct. I think you have no argument at that point. I think if you see a piece that you disagree with and you go ahead and concoct an argument against it, say, hey, I disagree and here's why, I respect that. I'm quite fond of getting into philosophical sorts of discussions of that nature. But I think you're waving the white flag when your instant go to move is censorship. It's just indicative of a small mind or a narrow mind, I suppose. It's There's little to nothing that can be added to that, but for to say, hey, they're wrong because I'm uncomfortable, which to me is a weak argument. Um, the idea that someone is uncomfortable and therefore something has to happen is the thing that I don't get. Personally, I'm for a society that makes people somewhat uncomfortable day to day simply to challenge their day to day assumptions about reality and other people, which is part of what offends me so greatly about the right wing push by groups like Moms for Liberty, which is, I mean, yeah, I'm bothered by the name for sure. But when you get groups like that that are trying to get books out of school, and they're saying, all of these books have offensive content. For example, Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird. Oh, thank you. I will go ahead and increase my gain. Thank you. Let me know in a few seconds if this is better. I'm trying not to blow the mic out. Is that working for you? Is that a little better? All right. Gain. Improving. Yes, no. How am I doing on your end? I will assume at least marginally better. Um, so, yes, no, Dad. Am I good? Okay. Um, anyway, I am, oh, where was as far as books, I think that attempting to ban things like To Kill a Mockingbird, and the argument is always offensive content. It's like, oh, it has the N word in there. It's like, well, yeah, it does, but if you are aware at all of the content of the book, you know that it opposes the people in the book who use that sort of derogatory epithet. Um, So I don't know at all. And I think that's one of my biggest problems, right? Is the people who are trying to ban these books haven't actually read the fucking things. Because otherwise they would know that it's not the case at all that it's offensive. Or it is offensive intentionally to elicit that reaction and go, hey, the kinds of people who believe this are wrong. And here is why. See also Huck Finn. Um, I'll tell you one. I read in high school Things Fall Apart, and it was about this like abusive rapist in a small village in Africa, and I was actually genuinely offended by the book. It was one of the only books I no, it was the only book that I was ever assigned that I just didn't finish. Um, because I looked at it and I went, this offends me and it bothers me. And I kept reading and it kept getting worse. And so I personally stepped away from that one. But at no point did I go, hey, this is terrible. This book should be banned. Because maybe it did something for other people. I mean, God, Catcher in the Rye clearly does for some people. And I there are very few books I disliked more than that going through school. Maybe Call of the Wild. I was just to be fair, that may be a problem with me and transcendentalism. I don't get it. I don't like it. It was admittedly incredibly valuable in the like 1840s, 1850s for the abolitionist movement. So transcendentalism wins there for sure. Um, but for people like Chris or Alex McCandless, who take it to, go out into the wild with no equipment, no plan, just to quote unquote reconnect with nature and then fucking starve to death. I find that very difficult to see eye to eye with. I think that's just a waste of a life at some level. Like I understand the impulse to go get close to nature, but he went out there without sufficient, clothing, equipment, went out there with a 22 rifle, um, which against game in Alaska is not really what you're looking for. Now, remarkably, he did kill a moose with it somehow, but that's basically a one in a million shot. And most of that moose meat went to waste because he hadn't brought along things like salt or anything else to preserve it because, again, he was massively underprepared. He had this idea of connecting with nature through reading things like Henry David Thoreau, Ralph Waldo Emerson, um, but just absolutely no practical idea of the sorts of dangers and difficulties that he could incur in going out away from people into nature, and died for it. And I believe that book also contained a bunch of other stories of people doing basically the same thing. Um, and it was just frustrating again and again to see people have this idea of beautiful nature, brought to you by Disney TM kind of thing, and go out there and get themselves killed because they weren't prepared. Uh, and also, like, I get the idea of going and connecting with nature on your own, but counterpoint, if anything goes wrong, going with a group of like 2 to 3 people to reconnect with nature might be a better call. Just to have somebody who has your back. Also, a 10 millimeter handgun will kill basically any game in North America. That's probably the way to go. Um, Personally, I think 10 millimeter handgun and the 308 rifle probably get you through most encounters in nature. Add to that, you know, space blanket, multiple sleeping bags, multiple layers of clothing, iodine tablets for drinking water, some sort of medical gear should you injure yourself, with disinfectant to prevent infection. Because you take on a great many risks doing something like Chris McCandless, and unless you are incredibly prepared and have like a Navy SEAL background, you could die real easy. Which to my mind seems wasteful, but clearly it's worth it to some people. People go out and get lost, die all the time, and I think almost invariably it's a question of preparation. Um, the ones that really frustrate me reading about is like, oh, they went into Death Valley with a single water bottle. It's like, well, it's called Death Valley, there might be a reason, but who knows? What was books I was talking about? Oh, the other one that frustrated the hell out of me in high school was over the summer, I believe for a history class. I had to read Devil in the White City, and it was such a like back and forth book because it was about the World's Fair in 1870, or no, in 1893 in Chicago, which was the one that brought the world the Ferris wheel and various other things. And it was about the guys who were building it and the difficulties of building in Chicago because basically the moment you put a building down, it starts sinking into the ground because it's a fucking swamp. Um, and the other half of the book was about quote unquote America's first serial killer, H.H. Holmes. One of those two storylines was more compelling than the other one. And so you'd read like a chapter about the guys building it and having, just general difficulties, which was incredibly boring. And then you'd read about H.H. Holmes, which was horrifying but fascinating. And then you'd go back and forth and back and forth. And the half of the book about uh, building the World's Fair just came out boring in comparison. It's one of those things where, like, I think it could have been a genuinely interesting book if we focused on just the building or just the serial killer, but the fact that it kept going back and forth was so frustrating to me. And I mean, it wasn't phenomenal prose either. Like, it's kind of boring to read, um, pretty dry, which is, I mean, that shit happens, but I definitely did not enjoy that particular experience. But I did finish the book. Like I said, the only one I never finished was Things Fall Apart. Um, Now, granted, I'm also fortunate to be generally a good test taker, so even on Things Fall Apart, I got an A or B on like all the assignments about it, despite having not actually read the thing. Um, but my point regarding all of these books that I didn't love in school was, yeah, I didn't enjoy the process necessarily, but I learned things. Some of those things were I'm not a fan of J.D. Salinger's work, but I did learn things. And at no point was I like, hey, because I disliked this book, it should be banned. Um, I don't necessarily know that something like Catcher in the Rye is incredibly valuable to teach for high schoolers, but if nothing else, it brings up many discussions that we had in the class. And I believe those discussions were valuable, even if I didn't find the content of the book to be personally illuminative to me. Um, so I would like to think that disagreement, I mean, the whole idea of compromise used to be acceptable to agree to disagree at some level. And I think particularly the polarization that gets pushed on the internet makes it harder and harder for people to be like, you know, I agree with 60% of what this guy says, so we can be cool. Um, you just get these ideological purity tests, and if someone doesn't pass 100%, they're not okay. Um, which frustrates me. And then, like, obviously there are disqualifying things. Like, okay, I agree with, you know, the 80% of this guy that isn't a Nazi. It's like, well, okay, yeah, he's a Nazi. Maybe don't go with that. But in most cases, if you're like, all right, we agree on 80% of things, but none of them are human rights violations, all right, probably you're looking at someone who is compatible with you. Whereas if you get this 100%, like you're just never going to be happy because, I mean, it's cliche, but as an individual, it's unlikely that you're going to come across someone who you agree with 100%. And more to the point, how fucking boring is it to agree with someone 100%? It's vastly more interesting to get into discussions. Okay, yeah, fair. You don't agree with yourself 100%. Yeah, that's called cognitive dissonance. And yeah, same. Um, I definitely have that experience time to time. But I think, much like getting offended, that cognitive dissonance can be a valuable thing if you don't push it away or ignore it. If you acknowledge the cognitive dissonance and go, hey, I don't know exactly how I feel about one thing or another, you can at least examine why and then continue from that point. Whereas a lot of people will engage in magical thinking and just be like, I hold these two diametrically opposed ideals and I'm not going to think any further about it, which I dislike. I'd like people to be more thoughtful about their day to day lives, but, you know, I don't see that happening any kind of regularly. I think if you meet with an anthropology or philosophy student or a history student, or even someone who enjoys reading sci-fi or fantasy, you'll get someone who is much more willing to challenge their own inherent biases just because they're the kind of people that want to think about theoreticals and other cultures and perspectives. And so I tend to gravitate towards the kind of, or even, I mean, God, even people who play D&D, just like hypothetical scenario, how this plays out, I think are the kind of people that I tend to vibe with just because we're willing to have those discussions and challenge our own biases on things. And so the kind of people that want to ban things that they disagree with are just, I think, fundamentally incompatible with me because even if I disagree with a thing, I don't know that I've ever wanted to ban artwork. Um, I'm trying to think of an example where I would, but I just don't. I'm not the kind of person who it looks to ban something. I might avoid it if I find, someone making content on the internet that I dislike. Okay, I'll just not go back to that. Um, but I don't feel a need to like report it necessarily unless it's like harming someone. So I don't know. I think that this young woman's artwork is so enhanced by the butchered paper. Just the attempt to ban it. The attempt to ban it also is leading to a Streisand effect where this made national news that this young woman's artwork on a tile wall in a school, a few hundred people might have seen, but now thousands or tens of thousands will likely come across it in a news article. Um, Granted, probably not a ton of extra people learning about it on my stream, but I felt the need to, boost it because I think this young woman made excellent art, and I think the people who are trying to silence it are making her point for her. So the whole idea of censorship of artwork that you disagree with is I think fundamentally un-American. Um, the whole idea of like speech being something that we can all engage in, uh, with the idea of sharing ideas, the whole idea of the cultural melting pot. Um, and I know that that was always kind of a pipe dream, but I think there are genuinely valuable aspects to that in the culture, even if there are aspects of the culture that fight against it every step of the way. Um, I don't know. I think censor. Long story short, censorship bad. Don't do it. But I was, I will say, didn't hate every book they made me read in high school, and thought that many of them should have been in the curriculum. I would have liked, honestly, to see more Shakespeare in the curriculum. Um, no schools teach Titus Andronicus, which is really, really good. It's always Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet, and what's the other one? It's always taught. Um, Macbeth. I'm not in a theater, so I can say it. The Scottish play, if you will. But those are the three that, to my mind, yeah, yeah. Friday the 13th, or there was a scene I recall in Game of Thrones that was ripped straight out of Titus Andronicus, where you had Arya feeding Walder Grey his sons in pies. Um, Titus Andronicus got pretty grotesque, but it's also very, very good, and is the sort of thing I think, honestly, that a lot of sort of macabre young teenagers might engage with better than things like Romeo and Juliet. Particularly because, I mean, by the time you get to high school, everyone knows Romeo and Juliet. Like, even if you haven't studied it, and I'm not saying you shouldn't study it, but I think expanding the palette a bit would be good for the American education system, especially because Shakespeare had so many plays. Um, I just think there are so many options, and it always boils down to a standard three or four. I guess Othello gets taught occasionally as well, but so much to work with there, and Shakespeare is so lauded in society, but the only thing that people know are those three or four things that they studied in high school. And so I'd like to see it more studied. And honestly, I'd like to see more high schools, because like every high school does Romeo and Juliet at some point, does the Scottish play, does Hamlet once every 10 years or so each. None of them do Titus Andronicus. And granted, this is the thing too, right? Is if you as a theater teacher go to your administration and go, "Hey, my show for the fall, I'd like to do Titus Andronicus." They'll go, "What's that?" And you'll go, "It's Shakespeare." And they'll go, "Okay," because Shakespeare's a classic, and clearly that's fine. Um, so it amuses me that there are so many schools that have that option just due to the ignorance of, or the probable ignorance of many administrators that don't take advantage of it, because that's just fun. Um, you could also, I think Othello is great, um, but I also understand where there's a little hesitance to touch that one, or to cast high schoolers in that one. Um, I I think it's very, very good, but I actually, given racial issues in the U.S., understand people being kind of hesitant. I personally would love to see a version of Othello set in the Balkans, um, just because I think it's such an easy thing for people to understand when it's uh, based on race or ethnic background when you've got a black Othello. Whereas if you've got, I think it would be very interesting and would challenge some assumptions, at least outside of the Balkans, to see a version of the show uh, that is, a Serbian or a Croat, um, that you then have this all white cast, and you're still getting this same problem because it's an ethnic issue rather than a racial issue, uh, which I think could be a very interesting thing to explore with it. Now, it's the kind of thing that I think you wouldn't do necessarily at a high school level. Probably that would be the kind of thing that you'd want to do on Broadway just because you'd have people who understood it better. But I think it's definitely the kind of thing that could be interesting to do with something like that show. And I mean, a lot of people don't have a full understanding of what's gone on in the Balkans since the collapse of the Soviet Union, which is partially because it's been a clusterfuck, but is also partially because we just don't get a lot of news about it. Um, I have a Serbian woman I know who got out of Serbia in 2001, and I looked at her and I said, "Oh God, you were there in '94." She said, "And '97," and she said, "Most Americans don't know what that means." Um, and so I I understand that I know a bit more about that than most people, but I would like to see that sort of knowledge expanded. And I mean, back to my point, with the 8 million people, or 8 billion people rather, on the planet with a B, you can't keep track of everything. We're built for tribal problems, not global problems. But I think that learning about what's gone on in those small pockets of the world, or large pockets of the world that we just don't hear about, could be valuable. And I mean, God knows I prefer reading it to American news. Most of it isn't quite as emotionally affective. Um, so I don't know. That's my pitch for a better educated America. Learn about stuff we don't know about. Incredibly simple and yet incredibly effective. Um, but I did once. Tulsa, yes, Tulsa is a very good point. There were so many people, and to be perfectly honest, I had heard of Tulsa. I kind of knew what had happened on Black Wall Street, but I never got like the full scope of it until uh, I did some research after the Watchmen TV show came out, which I know I was not alone in. There were a lot of people who just first even heard of Tulsa um, in that show, and many people I know, because I've seen comments online, thought it was a fictitious event you just used for the TV show. And so there were a ton of people who learned about the quote unquote race riots, which is a really disingenuous term because it was not an equal back and forth. It was a bunch of white Oklahomans pissed off that a group of black people had quote unquote pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and were rich. And this led to bombings, shooting, killing, um, a great many rich black families in Tulsa. And it's frustrating that even now the trials for reparations are going on, even as the people who were kids in Tulsa are in their late 90s, because that was, I want to say, 1921. Yet, so they're over 100 at this point. Um, and basically, every time it comes to the courts just keep pushing it back in appeals until basically everyone dies off. Um, and there was state involvement, like the police were involved in the killings. I believe, and this was 1921, so first flight was 1903. I believe there was a bomb dropped, hand dropped from a propeller plane onto Black Wall Street by the state police. It might have been privately owned. I know that that event occurred. I don't know for certain who perpetrated that particular thing or who owned the plane. Um, but yeah, I mean, we simply don't teach about Tulsa in school. And I know there were comments on various Reddit threads that I read about people in Oklahoma who grew up a town or two over from Tulsa that had never heard of it, and some people in Oklahoma that actually were taught about it. So that seemed to be kind of a locality based thing or teacher based thing. Um, but the fact that that is not mandated, I think, comes back to the fact that all of the textbooks in the US for all grade levels are printed in Texas, and there's a pretty clear bias of what comes out of there. I mean, God, we lionized Christopher Columbus uh, for many years for basically the initial reason for Columbus Day was to get Italian voters to vote for whoever instated it. To be honest, I don't recall. Um, which is hilarious because Columbus was Genoan and funded by the Spanish. So not not exactly. I don't know. Along with the fact that he did one time rape a manatee and wrote about it, that also was not taught to me in school, but was in fact a real thing that happened. Um, that definitely didn't come up in my elementary school Columbus Day. I don't know, macrame, whatever we were doing. But I think that you get such whitewashed history, um, emphasis on white, when you ignore things like the attacks on Tulsa, the things like the Move bombing in 1985 by the Philadelphia police. Uh, Hello? Okay, yeah, sorry, my mic cut out. Um, I need to get a new cable for this. But the Move bombing was basically the same kind of idea. They had this group, and they knew that there were kids in the building, and they still firebombed the place. And they knew that the building was attached to a bunch of other residences. And no, I mean, I was born 10 years after that happened, never heard of it until 2020-ish. Um, so even recent history is often glossed over when it certainly when it makes the state look bad. Uh, Tulsa. There was actually a recent controversy with the Netflix show American Primeval, which I intend to watch but have not gotten around to yet, about the Mountain Meadows massacre that was depicted in the show, and the Mormon Church got up in arms about like how dare you show this pretty accurate history. That basically was kinder to the Mormons than it could have been, because what actually happened at Mountain Meadows was worse than what was depicted in the show, where they rounded up everyone older than 7 and killed them, and then took in the 7 and unders and indoctrinated them into the Mormon Church. Not a thing that I learned about in school. That was one that honestly I knew the Mormons had gotten into violent conflict with the U.S. Army a number of times in the 1800s, but that one had slipped me by. I'd never heard of it. Um, and some of that is you talk about like, oh, there are so many things, but we're a 250-year-old country. Like, there aren't that many things. Like, don't get me wrong, we've been violent assholes for basically the entire time, but and if you want to, I mean, give it full credit, I guess we've been here 400 years, give or take. Um, but there was so much whitewashing of American contact with contact with Native Americans, rather. The sorts of constant reneging on treaties with the natives that were done by, uh, I mean, local colonial governments and then even into U.S. government. Um, we just didn't get taught about a lot of that, I think, because it made the state look bad. Whereas a more open-minded um, sort of idea would be you teach kids about that and go, here's why this was not okay. Here's how we avoid this in the future. But to to just ignore them entirely is to leave the people of the native tribes that do know about it because it's their history um, to be pissed off about it reasonably, um, while a bunch of kids growing up and going to public schools that may or may not be related to the people who broke those treaties just don't even know it happened. Um, it would be nice if that history was taught. And I mean, my personal thing is like, I'm born and raised in Virginia, so local history is national history. And we always did national history one year and then state history the next, back and forth in like elementary and middle school. And I didn't ever really know the difference because Virginia was the first place that was colonized by the English. Um, so it was all the same to me. So I'm sure that various places, particularly out west where you've got the newer states, um, have a bit more crammed into their state history. Um, but stuff like Bleeding Kansas was never taught to me in Virginia, which, for those who aren't aware, was a bloody statewide conflict over when Kansas entered the Union, whether it was going to be a slave state or a free state. And it, I don't think I ever even heard of Bleeding Kansas until after I was out of school. Um, but it was one of those things that the or I mean, as far as people involved in Bleeding Kansas, John Brown. I'd heard of him in high school, but not through my history classes. Um, so John Brown, who was an incredibly influential abolitionist, like I'd heard of Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman. Um, I'd heard of Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau, but not actually their work in abolitionism. They were transcendentalists, which I learned about them in English class, so I learned about them from that perspective, but I was not aware of how involved they were in the abolitionist movement at the time. And I'd heard of all of these people that John Brown worked with, had contact with, but I was never taught about John Brown. Partially because, again, it does not make the U.S. government look good. Um, and I did find fascinating. Um, I had this conversation with a friend and a couple of people online about Eli Whitney and the cotton gin, and I think it was how the textbook was printed. But for whatever reason, when the cotton gin came up in elementary school in the textbook, there was a picture of a black gentleman next to it. It was not Eli Whitney, but all of us agreed that when we read it, we assumed it was Eli Whitney based on the context. And I don't know why that happened. Um, and Eli Whitney is one of those stories of, you know, good intent gone wrong, where he was like, oh, the slaves deal with all of these issues picking cotton. I can make a thing that makes it less hard on them. And he did such a good job that he massively increased the demand for cotton and therefore slaves. Um, oops. And so you learn about the cotton gin and that sort of thing, but you don't necessarily get the same context that it was a boon to slavers, and that it caused the enslavement of a great many more people. Uh, so I yeah, the sort of holes in the education, and I understand at some level, like, okay, you've got X amount of time to teach a bunch of kids who may or may not give a shit all of this curriculum. But the curriculum is also very clearly being written by people that at some level have an agenda and want to avoid certain ancestors, sometimes like personal ancestors of theirs looking bad. Um, Daughters of the Confederacy are a whole can of worms, frankly. Um, but there are a lot of people in the US today that are actively related to people that did many of these harms. Um, I mostly avoided that by virtue of one side of my family being pretty poor, despite being here for like 400 years, but at least one of them was a slaver. At least one of them made that much money. Um, so I'm inclined to think that I like does it make me uncomfortable that one of my ancestors was a slaver? Yeah, 100%. Do I feel any responsibility for it? No, I wasn't alive. Um, so that whole idea of guilt has never quite made sense to me. Um, but that I also don't understand the idea then of trying to make your ancestors look better than they were. Um, especially if they're old enough that you never knew them. I think acknowledging the wrongs that people did in the past are necessary to avoiding those wrongs in the future. So I would love to have better discussion, to have had better discussions about that sort of thing when I was, you know, growing up learning about it, instead of being broadly self-educated after I left high school, or and during. I mean, I was always kind of a history nerd, but I had difficulty coming to terms with how limited my public education was in the event that anything made the state look bad. You just wouldn't learn about it in a lot of cases, and so I think that is something that needs to be addressed. But I also think that it's certainly not going to be addressed in this climate. Um, to get to the depressing news of the day, I was reading about the Arlington National Cemetery website earlier today, and the Trump administration has taken down. I was just reading this. Where was it? Um, Took down basically uh, black and female, any black or female veterans that were on the website for Arlington Cemetery were removed. Um, which is all it does is seek to again, emphasis on whitewash history, so that only white men did anything of relevance ever. If you're going by the current administration standards, which is kind of what fascists do, but the idea of altering history so that only the thing that you want to have happened is tantamount to like, okay, I also like alt history. You know what I would do if I wanted to do alt history shit? I would write a book about alt history instead of attempting to alter reality to pretend that alt history actually happened that way. So maybe I'm just bad at being a fascist. Oh no, guess I'll have to live with that shit. Um, Positive news for today. I did read that a gentleman in Long Island is the first in New York history to be cured of sickle cell anemia, which I didn't even know was possible. Um, Hugely important. Um, they used a personalized gene therapy that used the patient's own blood forming stem cells that they then modified in a laboratory to contain a healthy copy of the beta globin gene, which is responsible for producing sickle hemoglobin. The modified cells that were then infused back into the patient, where they established themselves in the bone marrow and produced healthy hemoglobin, which just eventually removed the production of sickle cell hemoglobin. Um, Incredible technology, incredible step forward for humanity. Um, though hilariously, curing that does actually make them more susceptible to malaria. Because sickle cell anemia was actually evolved for a purpose. If you get two genes with sickle cell anemia, you die. If you get one gene with sickle cell anemia, you have sickle cell anemia, which is inconvenient, but you also are functionally immune to malaria. Um, it is a really interesting sort of genetic adaptation to malaria, but I think nobody's going to complain that they can now be cured. Though I'd be interested to see what the cost of this is. Um, it's exceedingly painful. It takes about 6 months apparently, um, and is definitely sounds like it is not pleasant. Especially if you're injecting things in a bone marrow. Um, the problem with that is there's bone in the way that you got to get through to do that. Um, but it was nice to read some good news. Um, Sickle cell anemia can be cured, which is, I think, a great step forward, and also part of why funding medical research is very fucking important. But um, I, you know, nice to read something positive at least. Oh, I know certainly, Dad, you'll appreciate this. I was reading an article on how pet cats apparently arrived in China via the Silk Road about 1400 years ago, according to an ancient DNA study I was reading on the anthropology subreddit. Um, and they included some early Chinese artwork of cats that looks very amusing. Um, Very different style than Egyptian art of cats. But I don't know. It's stuff like that that helps me keep away from staring at whatever news is coming out of Washington these days. So it helps at least a little bit. I definitely go looking for some of the positive news just to get something that's nice to read about. And I mean, part of it's uh, I'm aware that if it bleeds, it leads. News is inherently negative stuff, just because people will are more likely to read about it. Um, oh, there's good news. A Peruvian fisherman was rescued after 95 days adrift, surviving on turtles. Excellent. That is actually pretty positive. Where? I'm sorry. Oh, Fredericksburg, Texas. I'm sorry. I was reading a headline. Fire in Fredericksburg, massive blaze engulfs thousands of acres. And I was a little concerned because I know people in Fredericksburg, but that's Fredericksburg, Virginia, not Fredericksburg, Texas. Uh, though, good lord, burned over 8,600 acres. Eeh. Known as the Crabapple Fire. What? Okay, sure. Um, Anything else? Oh, this was just kind of a weird deja vu thing. Um, I was reading an article about uh, a gentleman who just got a $50 million uh, settlement from Starbucks. Yeah, it was Starbucks. Um, for spilled tea on his genitals that left permanent damage. And I'm like, wasn't that the exact story of the coffee lady from McDonald's back in the 90s? And yes, it was. Granted, he got a bigger payout, but inflation. But it was just kind of fascinating to reread basically the exact same story, albeit man this time around. But yeah, I don't even have a point on that one. It was just really interesting to read basically the exact same story 20, 30 years later. Um, One would think, after McDonald's paid out whatever they paid out, that companies would be twitchier about serving stupidly hot drinks, but evidently not. Um, Now, granted, the 50 million barely put a dent in their profit from last year, so who knows if that'll actually change anything. But it's one of those things, honestly, that I would think would be OSHA policy, right? Like if you've got employees handling hot things, um, make them as not hot as you can. But who knows how that falls? To be honest, I wouldn't even know what the guidance would be on something like that. So I think just odd to see basically the exact same story uh, this time around. Let's see, is there any news that I would like to discuss from uplifting news? Because that is helpful to me sometimes. The sickle cell anemia guy. 9-year-old boy saves his friend from choking at school. Learned the Heimlich maneuver from YouTube. Way to go, kid. Pasadena Humane Society waives adoption fees for large dogs in honor of St. Patrick's Day. I'm not clear how the two are related, but hooray for the big dogs, I guess. Uh, Double Jab Boxing Club CCTV shows coaches life-saving CPR in the ring. Strong work. New England Aquarium builds retirement home for aging penguins. Sure, why not? Those penguins are old. They deserve a solid retirement. Uh, San Francisco Public Library wants to pay local musicians. I guess that's cool. Though it does feel sort of antithetical to the whole be quiet in the library thing, so I don't know. Cougar cubs spotted in Michigan wild for the first time in 100 years. That's great for reintroducing a species. On the other hand, they're fucking cougars, so maybe bad for eh, the occasional prey animal slash humans. All right, that is a sufficient fill of good news, I suppose. Um, let's see. Anyone in the chat have anything interesting happen to them lately? Just as a jumping off point for discussion. I'll say for me, I trapped for sporting clays for the first yesterday for the first time since the Obama administration. Um, oh, choreographing fights for Sweeney Todd. Yeah, you were telling me about that. Um, to be perfectly honest, I don't remember the fights in Sweeney Todd. What's the sort of weaponry used? What's the sort of scope of the fights? I've done some fight choreography, but primarily pistols, because theatrical firearms was kind of my area of specialty. Strangulation, razors, pistol. Yeah, falls. Yeah, I mean falls. You definitely gotta choreograph right, because there's always risk doing that kind of thing. Um, and I definitely have a couple of times in my life not busted my face up thanks to your stage combat training when I was young. I remember particularly I was on a skateboard that stopped suddenly and I managed to roll out instead of smashing face. Hey Dad, while you're here, you see that little purple follow button underneath the stream? I'd appreciate if you'd click that. That would be cool. Hey, thanks. All right. Um, yeah, so fights for Sweeney Todd. I remembered the razor thing, but yeah, strangulation pistol. Um, yeah, no worries. I think Mom might have while you were sitting there with her. But how is your thing for thespians going? I know you were working on something tonight, some issue. I've got a meeting with them at some point soonish, but I need to check the date. Ooh, what kind of tech issues? Like a software or what are they trying to do? I suppose is more my question. Oh, server issues? Yeah, that's always a pain in the ass. Especially when the server is, separate and you can't go poke it. Oh, online judging. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So were those pre-recorded and sent in, or were those done live with the judges watching? I would think live, but oh, pre-recorded. Okay, cool. So is the issue then time crunch or availability of judges, um, or just the software not functioning, or the server not sending stuff? I suppose. Oh, cool. Love that. It's a tech issue, and I have no fucking idea how to fix it. Great. Always love that position. And like I said, always worse when you're dealing with something that you can't touch. Hey, that's correct. It's no longer your responsibility or your fault, but you're trying to help, which is great. Um, Also not my responsibility. I'm in the big thespian board group chat, and they'll throw back and forth issues that are relevant to school districts and teachers and this and that. And I don't interject unless it's like, hey, I have a safety issue. It's like that's me. That's my job. That one I can do. But yeah, I definitely am always frustrated by tech issues that I would like to help with but just can't fix. On my end, fortunately not dealing with a ton of tech issues lately. I'm dealing with this cord that is clearly having problems, or or it's the mixer. But I think it's the USB cable, the USB to USB-C, that occasionally disconnects the mic. But fortunately, that's just a quick pop it out, pop it back in. But definitely frustrating when I know. All right, that one's on me. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Mic just disconnected. Yep, yep, I know. Yeah, see, I was talking about it, and the mic was like, "Hey, let me prove it for you." So it did. Um, yeah, and so I think it's a cable issue. I'm hoping that a new cable will fix it, but we'll see. Um, I need to remember to buy one on Amazon after I'm done on the stream. I looked into the port sleep issue. I didn't see, or rather, I found a thing that made the port go to sleep, and I unchecked that, and I think that should have prevented it from doing it. Um, but I also haven't been keeping track of the intervals at which the mic cuts out, so it's possible that that's still the case. Um, so no idea, honestly, if that's the case. And fortunately, a new cable's not going to cost me too much. So if I'm wrong, at least it's not putting me out of pocket too badly. And I've got other stuff that can use USB to USB-C, particularly charging my Bluetooth headphones. So I can just add a place in the house that I can charge those if I'm wrong. But yeah, I looked into it. I think I fixed it, but I'm not 100% certain. Let's see. I feel I've covered what I wanted to as far as censorship. Um, is there anything else? Or should I just shift gears on topics? I think shift gears. Um, oh, that's cool. From the Not the Onion subreddit. Human intelligence sharply declining. I mean, fits my confirmation bias, I suppose. Oh, yeah, okay. It's basically an argument that switching to visual media, um, along with content delivered in feeds, have eroded people's skills required to access information in a directed fashion. Um, particularly, basically, like people who are watching videos and taking them as gospel rather than going and checking sources, which makes sense to me. The primary aspect of that oh yeah, writing skills, I mean, especially with things like ChatGPT, where you can tell it to do a thing and you get what is generally pretty obviously AI generated, but still um is the kind of thing that students will use to get out of work. Now the positive thing is a lot of teachers have figured out how to seed the prompts to fuck with the AI, because the kind of student who is using ChatGPT is not the kind of student generally who just can't write a thing. They're just lazy and they don't want to. So when they copy paste it in, whatever the like poison thing is hidden in it, will usually turn out a result that's obviously not whatever the actual prompt is for the writing. Um, but I know that's been a challenge for teachers in the past few years since that came out. And as someone who enjoys some creative writing, it's definitely disappointing to watch people devolve a little bit in terms of that. And one of the nice things I will say is like people talk about Reddit as a cesspool, and it kind of is on occasion, but generally speaking, um, most of the conversation on there is in full words. It's not a place that people tend to use uh, short, major abbreviations or uh, just ignore grammar rules completely. Though I will say, as someone who is learning a foreign language, it is incredibly frustrating to me how often yeah, that's been going on since the Civil War. That's true. Um, to be fair, the telegraph system at the time really punished long, it was very much the Twitter of the time. You didn't want a long message on a telegraph, A, because it cost money, and B, because it was a huge pain in the ass to type out. Um, so writing letters was still valuable in the sense that like you would get a better written thing if you didn't care that they got it right now. At this point, you're very much looking at the kind of thing where some people, I think, like, I personally don't use emojis, and I understand why people do, because if you're looking to express an emotion in a quick way, typing it out is not that. But dropping an emoji like, hey, this is how I feel about what was just said. So I understand why they're used, but I think that they are heavily overused and over relied upon. And you see it here on Twitch for sure, um, where it went from, LOL back in the 2000s to, KEKW or uh, LOL or whatever else that's used as shorthand for that was funny. Um, and so I understand why people want a quick way to say that, but I think it sort of devolves the conversation rather than going, that was funny and let me put something additive. They're just giving the response of, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, absolutely no subtext. You're correct. And that's where I think, uh, back to the American education system, I think things like Jonathan Swift were so valuable in learning subtext, where you've got a modest proposal that is on its face fucking horrifying. Like, as I recall, he suggests, skinning babies and making them into gloves, but with the context of what he was uh, writing about, is a really, really excellent lesson on subtext in text, where the text is horrifying, but the subtext is, hey, you idiots, this is bad. Stop being dicks to Irish people. Uh, and I think that was a lesson in subtext that I felt was very effective. Um, and as a generally sarcastic person, I felt that satire was a good way to go for me as far as writing. Um, and I tend to write in that vein reasonably well. But yeah, I think the whole idea of emojis is not inherently bad. I think they're just overused. Um, I think um, there's a sort of inclination to go ahead and drop them in because you feel obliged to respond to a thing, but you don't actually have anything to say, which is maybe more of a social issue than a writing issue, but I think it affects writing in a way that is broadly negative. Um, I think you get people who want to say something but don't have something to say. And then when they do have something to say, their writing skills have been so blunted by the lack of use that they tend to shorten things or use abbreviations or fuck up their grammar because they have little practice in it. Um, oh, by the way, I'm looking at this microphone here, and you're saying that I'm still low. I think I was maybe reading what it's doing wrong. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn up the gain a little bit. You may want to turn down the volume once I'm done. Let me know if I'm blowing anything out. Okay, so I'm turning up the gain a bit more, a bit more. Okay, I think that's actually where I want to be, give or take. But do tell me if I blow out the mic at any point or go too heavy. Much better? Okay, excellent. Sorry about that. I was just misreading what the audio mixer was telling me. So I think that that should be good. Uh, Hopefully it will not do bad things now that I've turned up the sensitivity a bit. Um, but I'm also not talking directly into it, so it shouldn't be much more workable level. Okay, excellent. I need to mess around with the mic in Audacity, which I haven't done. I've been primarily using it through OBS, so I need to learn a bit more about it. But I think this is probably where I want to be, so I'll go with this for now. Uh, I was saying something and I completely lost track of it. Oh, no subtext in text. Yes. So I think as far as writing, I think there needs to be a far greater focus on things like subtext and the importance of grammar in getting your point across. Because I can't tell you how many times I've read something online and reread it like 10 times just trying to understand the intended meaning simply because they missed like one or two important pieces of punctuation. And had they not done that, their message would have been entirely clear. Um, so I think the kind of lack of grammar used well. Oh, the other thing I was trying to talk about before I messed with the mic was I was saying, as someone who is learning a language, it is regularly incredibly frustrating to me to go on Reddit and see people go, hey, English is not my first language, so I apologize for any mistakes. And then type out like 8 paragraphs in perfect English. And I'm like, son of a bitch, if I tried that in Russian, it would be real bad. um, so it always amuses me seeing foreigners go, oh, I'm sorry for my English. It's like, man, your English is perfect. It is better than most native speakers. So nothing to apologize for. Partially because they have put the effort into learning the grammar. They are trying specifically to know more about the language and use it properly, as opposed to someone who grew up in the language and therefore tends towards slang of their dialects. Yeah, formally rather than organically. Um, so I think getting people who are not necessarily, they're educated in English, but not formally. They're educated simply by environment. Um, will learn and quote unquote misuse words. I'll say language is organic, evolves over time, but they will tend toward dialectic colloquialisms that a formal learner would not use, and that can make the intention of their message less clear, be that through use of slang or contractions that are not commonly used. I think there's definitely room for better formal education, but that unless someone is interested in that education, they are going to tend towards oral learning rather than book learning of a language that they are surrounded by. And that's the other thing. Like, I'm aware, right, that if I went into any country that uses Russian as a primary language, or where everyone still speaks Russian because the Soviet Union, controlled them at one point, I could learn it a whole lot faster than I'm learning it, sitting here on the east coast of the US. But I also, am not inclined to travel to Russia, uh, certainly since the secondary invasion of Ukraine in 2022, which hilariously is when I was starting to learn Russian. Started in 2021. So much as I would like to immerse myself in the language, I have relatively limited options as far as that goes. Um, and I will say the benefit that English learners have, or foreign learners of English have, is that American media is so dominant that you have so many choices to learn English. I remember reading a story of someone from the Middle East learning English through the TV show Friends, which is a torture I don't think anyone should be subjected to, but like it works is the kind of thing where you tune in and you learn things, and it's not bad for picking up colloquialisms in a way that formal education often misses. Um, to watch something of that nature, a sitcom or a TV show, that'll be written a little more naturally than an English textbook. But it's definitely disheartening to see native English speakers struggle so much or fail to use grammar. And I think as much as it's occasionally a bit of a pedantic cesspit, Reddit does at the very least tend to encourage proper use of grammar, etc. Just by the upvote downvote system, where if someone has very badly made a point, or completely failed to get their point across, it tends to be just downvoted to the bottom of the page so you don't see it. Um, and the sort of uh, better typed out stuff tends to be towards the top. Now, that does come with risks of its own. By dismissing the less educated, less well written post, you do miss out on a perspective of part of the society that like you may not agree with, you may not understand or vibe with, but they're out there and they vote. Um, so it's one of those things that like again, America, a cultural melting pot. At some level, you do have to deal with people that are at a different educational level, stage of life, cultural background, whatever, than you are. And some of those people are inherently uh, less likely to use written English well. So I think dismissing them wholly risks failing to understand their point of view, regardless of how fucking annoying it is to try and parse what they're trying to say. Um, so I think there's value in trying to communicate with people that are at a different level than you are as far as that, but I also understand why people are immediately frustrated by someone that can't write their thoughts coherently. Um, because it's just extra effort. And if you're having a conversation online, you want to understand what the other person's saying so that you can respond, as opposed to going, what the hell are they saying for 20 minutes and then figuring out a response to that. That's then going to get a response back that's also really poorly written that you'll have to parse. So I understand why people don't tend towards that sort of mode of behavior. But it does risk missing out on a perspective, to be sure. And not always the perspective you care about, because clearly it's the perspective of someone that doesn't necessarily know as much, as at least in writing English. But the thing is, I mean, you can have people who don't know shit about writing English that are incredibly educated in other areas. Um, you get a guy who is magic at welding. He is incredible, better than anybody else in the field, but just, doesn't read books in his spare time. Um, so doesn't express himself or rather doesn't express himself in a written form very well. Um, so to dismiss those people outright, I think is a risk, but also it is one of those things that because the education system in the US has, well, I don't want to say failed outright, but has been beaten down since the Reagan era again and again and again and again and again. And literacy rates have been dropping since then. Um, I think it is frustrating to look at the state of writing and people's capability of reading and writing. And I'll say, I mean, I personally was exceptionally lucky. I had a very high reading level pretty early. Um, and so I know that I'm speaking at some level from a place of privilege about that. But also, I remember getting into ninth grade and I think it was Romeo and Juliet, and we were reading it in class, kind of jumping person to person. And I know that cold reading is a skill and that I happen to have that skill. Um, but there were some people that when the teacher would, jump to them to continue reading, I would just be like, this motherfucker can't read. Like they don't know how to read. And I'm like, how do you get to ninth grade being functionally illiterate? And I think that of all the things is one of the biggest failings of the education system is that in order to get federal funding, uh, teachers and administrations are pressured to push through students who haven't achieved the learning the curriculum in order to get more funding, to get their percentages to a certain level. Um, which I think, I mean, that's goes back to No Child Left Behind, which one of my largest frustrations with the Obama administration was not getting rid of that shit. Um, but it definitely has been kind of the downfall, I think, of the education system, where you just push through people who didn't learn what was necessary at the level that they're at, and so they go to the next level and don't learn it because they don't have the basis that they need to have in order to learn it. So I think it teach to the test. Yes, absolutely. Um, they they have goals to meet. They have SOLs that they need, or I mean SOLs in Virginia. It's whatever the state level standardized test is, state to state, um, to meet, and they have to get the students to pass via a percentage of those students. Um, and so they're incredibly. It's an adverse incentive, basically. You push the students through to get that graduation number up or the passing number up, And in doing so, you really fail the students because you haven't taught them anything but how to take the test. And if they learn to take the test, but then don't carry that knowledge on to build upon it the next year, all they're going to learn the next year is how to take that test. Um, which makes for an all right factory worker, but not much else. And I'm aware that the education system in the U.S. was basically built to churn out factory workers during the Industrial Revolution, so that's a whole other thing. But it leads to broadly uneducated people, I mean, even getting pushed towards college, where they're going to fail because they didn't learn what they needed to. Um, and at some level, they are going to have a much harder time if they try and learn it in adulthood, just because the neuroplasticity of the human brain is less, or rather, the human brain is less neuroplastic the older you get, which is why there's a lot of studies talking about, older people staving off Alzheimer's, basically, by doing puzzles and tests and crosswords and various other things to keep that sort of mental agility that is lost over time. But I'll tell you, as someone who started learning a language at 25 and watched my cousin who started learning Spanish at 9 just blast through and learn the language. And granted, Spanish is less complex than Russian, but I know for certain that if I had started learning younger, it would have been a much easier process for me. Um, and so to churn these people out of high school functionally illiterate, and incapable of writing, even a basic letter of intent, is not only a disservice to them, but a disservice to society at large, because you then get less and less educated people, which I'm aware is a push from one side of the political spectrum. They want less educated people because less educated people are easier to control. Um, they don't want people who ask questions. That's an inherently negative thing for them. So uh, I know that that's by design at some level, but I think it is such a failing of the education system at the moment, as it's designed, that they are churning out people who have passed the test but don't understand the context of what was on that test and don't understand how to build upon it in their day-to-day life, and are less critical thinkers. That's one of the things that, like, critical thinking is not taught near as well as it should be in schools, again by design, because critical thinkers are a negative thing for the Republican Party. People who ask questions are bad as far as they're concerned. Uh, they are more interested in handing out edicts that people go, okay, instead of going, hey, isn't this a dick move, B, bad economically, C, dumb. They don't want those people. So yeah, teaching to the test is a thing that is destroying the American education system. No Child Left Behind, which led to Common Core, uh, which was same shit, different day, uh, was a thing that just negatively impacted, uh, and is negatively impacting students. And I think it was Baltimore I was reading about that is just putting through literally anyone. Um, their school system is set up in such a way that, like, they're just churning out people who absolutely have no business having passed or graduating. And over time, that's going to come back to bite us in the fucking ass when, you know, doctors, teachers, whatever, uh, who were not as well educated are then stuck trying to educate a bunch of kids when, if they didn't learn the lessons themselves, they either have to learn them in college, in adulthood, um, but the less well that person understands what they were taught, the less well they're going to be able to pass it on to the next generation. Um, And that's one of those things where like it it is valuable to everyone to have an educated society because the more educated your society is, the better decisions broadly are made, because people understand the connotations of those decisions. And so while you may be like, oh yeah, but there were smart kids, so they'll be the doctors. Like, well, yeah, but there were also dumber kids who might have had the potential to be doctors if they were capable of, if they were given the opportunity through the educational system to learn better from the start. And this comes down to even things like school lunches or school breakfasts that are paid for, like free school lunches for kids. And a big problem that you run into with those is means testing, where a lot of school districts will look at it and go, "Hey, what's your parents' income?" And if your parents' income is low enough, then you qualify for a free school lunch or free breakfast or whatever. When every study shows that means testing is almost invariably more expensive than just giving it to anyone who wants it. This is a problem too with like unemployment benefits, where drug testing people regularly and doing all this tends to cost them more than just not doing it. Um, Especially because most of those tests come back negative. Because if they're unemployed, they're probably not paying for drugs most of the time. Um, that was always a funny one to me. The after school special. It's like getting offered drugs. Like drugs are expensive. Most people aren't offering those around. But sorry, my point was means testing is a problem for that sort of thing because even if the kid's parents make, whatever X amount of money that you've deemed to be too much to give them a free lunch, they may not be getting something nutritious, or their parent may, be working two jobs and they don't have time to pack them a breakfast in the morning. And constantly, studies have shown that if you give a kid food, they perform better academically. Like, it's shocking, right? The human works better when fed. But it's one of those things that would genuinely improve education across the board if you just put into the budget enough money to feed kids every day. Um, and the thing is, it's not even that much money. Like when you look at it overall, particularly because like every state lottery ostensibly goes toward school funding, even though that's not the case a lot of the time. Um, but it's one of those things that would vastly improve the education system just to have kids there that can start their day with some food. Ideally, something vaguely nutritious, but I certainly, as a kid, had the muffin in the morning on occasion. Great for, everything but my waistline, I suppose. But, sorry, point was better fed students work better educationally. And so you've got a lot of schools that are teaching to the test, not feeding students well enough. It's certainly in my time in high school, waking up stupid fucking early, which did not help my comprehension of whatever I had first period in high school, which was math 2 years in a row, which I already struggled with. But if they had taken a bit more, I grew up in a place that was a pretty well funded school system, as opposed to one of the biggest problems in education in the United States is that education is heavily funded at the local level. So people pay taxes locally, and the state or county then use those taxes for the schools. And so if you're in a poorer area, you're getting less money for those students to learn. And The easiest fix to this is you have it at a federal level, everyone pays taxes into a pool, and then the pool is distributed by number of students to the school districts. And I know that number of students is not an inherently ideal uh, way to measure that. There's just not a much better way to do it, just because scalability is not necessarily relevant to the school system. But if you did that, you would have, because right now what you have is a bunch of poor students getting a poor education in poorer areas because the resources that were available to them were based on the local tax income, as opposed to richer areas have all of these um, all this better equipment, better education because they have the funding for it. And while schools are funded at the federal level, generally speaking, the amount that they're getting is pretty limited compared to what they're getting out of local taxes. So, in order to improve the education system across the board, uh, it would be exceedingly valuable to have those taxes accrued basically at the federal level and redistributed to each school district evenly based on, per capita students. Um, Again, I know that's not perfectly scalable, but it's at least a fairly decent idea of what you're getting. So, I mean, that's the start, and then also get rid of No Child Left Behind. And I know project-based learning is sort of becoming more of a thing rather than, teaching to the test like you were talking about. Buffering. Okay. I don't think that's on my end. You may want to refresh the stream. Um, I haven't dropped any frames, which is usually what would cause buffering issues from my end. Uh, so could be my internet. I'm not plugged into Ethernet, but I think I'm good. Let me know if refreshing the stream fixes it for you. Um, so that, along with the project-based learning, can definitely help some students. Okay, seems to have fixed it. Cool. Uh, and the other thing about project-based learning is you're generally getting a better sort of scoop of what you'll be dealing with post high school. Um, one of the only times I had a math teacher appreciate a comment that I made um, was we were talking in, I want to say, my geometry class, and there was a student complaining about word problems. And I made the point that, like, after we leave this classroom, almost any mathematical issue you run into is going to be presented to you as a word problem. Like, word problems are incredibly valuable in math because that's how you deal with math in reality. Unless you are like a structural engineer who's dealing with physics equations, generally speaking, day to day, if you're, shopping for groceries, it's a word problem that you're doing. Ideally, you're not the guy buying like 50 melons from the word problem, but, you know, that is how you deal with math on a day to day basis. And my teacher said, you can keep making comments if they're like that. I'm like, all right, fair enough. But I definitely have better experiences, I think, working with that sort of perspective. It's like, what is going to help post high school? Um, and part of the problem with that question inherently is like, how are you going to know what that student's going to deal with post high school? You don't, because history is always changing, and whatever's currently going on could shift on a dime. I mean, the .com bubble was one of those things that, like, students at the time in college often knew more than their professors did about what was going on with technology, just because that sort of education takes time to catch up, and the students were able to get much better paying jobs than their professors before they graduated because everyone wanted to hire for tech, and most of those students had grown up dealing with DOS, so learning how to program a little bit was extremely valuable at the time. We were talking either last stream or the stream before about how younger people are less aware of how to deal with technology to some degree because technology has improved enough to the point that when it when they need it to do something, they can usually just press a couple buttons and make it do that thing, rather than having to go deep into the code to figure out how it works in order to change how it works to make it do the thing they want it to do. Ah, pardon me. Just finishing off my coffee. Um, so I think that is one of the weird backfirings of technology getting better is that students using technology in schools aren't messing with it as much as in previous decades just because most of it works out of the box. Whereas back in the 90s, if you wanted something to work, you were probably going to have to mess with it personally. Um, so it's that along with sort of teaching to the test have reduced a lot of students' capabilities to deal with problems, do creative problem solving when problems arise. Um, that and honestly, Google getting shittier over time. Um, like as a search engine, it's just less uh, functional than it used to be. Largely because they figured out that the longer your eyes were on Google, the better for their ad revenue. Because when Google was originally founded, the goal was get you to what you were looking for as quickly as possible, which would mean you'd spend like 10, 15 seconds on Google. But since they wanted to sell stuff, they made it harder to find shit, which makes adding Reddit to your search, whatever you want to search, and then the word Reddit will generally get you better results. Which is funny because in theory you'd think like, okay, if the better information's on Reddit, I want to search there, but no, because their search engine and their search function is so fucking bad that you will never find what you're looking for on the Reddit search function, but you will if you search what you're looking for and then the word Reddit on Google. Who knows why, but that has been kind of a go-to for a lot of people for a few years now. Where if someone's having an issue that they think someone else might have had, they'll do whatever issue and then the word Reddit, and you'll find it pretty quickly. I don't always include the word, but I do often find my answer on a Reddit thread that comes up from Google. But the difference is compared to the early 2000s, 2010s, brain fading. Okay, yeah. Have a good evening. Appreciate you coming in and talking. Good lord. I'm sorry, you are an old man. It's 7:30. Brain fading. All right. Good talking with you though. Okay. Um, possibly do that tomorrow if you want to hop back into Dead Island. I'll be streaming again tomorrow night around 5:30. But if you're not busy during the day, we could maybe hop in. It has occurred to me that I may stream games at some point on here. Probably older or turn-based stuff, just because if I'm interacting with chat, it's going to be easier if I'm not dealing with like a rapid pace FPS. But anywho, sleep well. Um, feel free to call me anytime after like 9:10 tomorrow if you're free and want to do that. Let's see. What else? What other topics do I have? I apologize, my microphone cut out again. Um, alright. Let's see. Alright. Certainly anyone else in the chat is welcome to drop a topic discussion. God, I'm trying not to go straight into federal news, because that's kind of a circular and depressing topic. God, there is so much of it, though. Okay. Um, PlayStation Studio boss talking about the future of video game consoles, possibly going the same direction as Microsoft, where they're trying to make just a basic PC that's not terribly modular. Which is not shocking, frankly. Um, Particularly with Valve announcing the success of the Steam Deck and Steam operating system. Let's see. Anything else? All right. Do I have anything further to discuss regarding art censorship, etc.? I think I've broadly covered the topics I want to cover there. Um, okay. I don't. Okay, cool. Um, let's see. Good lord, that's masochistic. Someone beat Demon Souls at Soul Level 1. That's just why. Okay. Um, yeah. Anybody is welcome to hop into the chat, leave a comment, give me a topic to riff on. Otherwise, I will sit here talking to myself, which is enough to amuse me, but might be a little limiting as far as conversation goes. One-sided conversation tends to get circular and stale. That said, I'm, hanging out, just chatting, just yapping. Um, Definitely. Actually, let me fiddle with my Twitch setup a little bit. No, the creator dashboard. Okay. I am. Okay, yeah, it wants me to add emotes, which I don't have because I'm not good at art. Alright. Oh, let me adjust the chat rules because I meant to do this. Or not, because it's not letting me do that. That's fine. Why? Where is that? Where is that? Is there? Where are the rules? Chat rules. There we are. Okay. Meant to add that. It's now live. Excellent. Was there anything else that I wanted to do? Let's see. Profile settings. I've basically got what I want there. Social links. I've got 3. I should work on the Discord for this channel. Because I've been meaning to go in and make that functional, but haven't gotten very far with it. Kind of my own fault. I just need... Did that just... Okay, no, that works. We're good. Yes? Am I... Okay, a little louder, a little louder, a little louder. Okay. And we're good. Fucking mic setup is being a pain in my ass. Okay, we're good. And with that, let's see. And honestly, I could just stream me setting up the fucking Discord, but that is probably not the most compelling content on Twitch. So continuing to yap while I do it in the background may be the way to go. Would love if anyone had messages to drop in the chat, just so I'm feel a little less like I'm sitting in a room talking to myself, but we shall see. Can I? Sitting in a room talking to myself, but we shall see. Okay, cool. Okay. Where are we? Where are we? Okay. Discord. Fucking... Yeah, well, let's see. Gonna add... let's see. Anything else? Anything else? General channel. Should probably make an announcements channel. probably rename that to schedule. Drop that below. Announcements. Let's see. I would love to have a topic discussions channel just because that would give me the opportunity to have people give me topics to discuss or research before the streams, so that I can speak relatively intelligently about them. Let's go topic suggestions. Create channel. Do I have... That's probably everything I need initially. If we grow the stream a bit and get further further suggestions. Oh god, is that the mic picking up my PC's fan? Is that happening? Is that happening? Is that happening? Is that happening? Oh, fucking dumbass. Obviously that research looped. Okay. So it's maybe picking up a little bit, but honestly, I don't have headphones on hand to double check. Hopefully it's not coming through too heavily. Granted, I also have the AC on in this room, so it's possible that that's coming through a bit. Let's see. Got 3 channels there. Can probably... let's see, I can probably pin a message. Schedule will be announced in this channel. Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot that Discord does that. I hate it when it does that. Okay. Can I... why? Why? Why can't I... How? Okay. This is the most fascinating stream in the world as I look up how to fucking make... let's see. How to... Yeah, let's line break in Discord, shift plus enter. Okay. News to me, but we will take that on board and learn from it. Shift plus enter. Hey, it works. Great. I've currently got the schedule set up to pretty American time. I may, over time, kind of shift to put one of them in a European time slot, but I'm not sure at the moment. No, that's not how colons work. Shift enter. Hey, would you look at that? It fucking worked. Wednesday. 5:30 to 9:30. That's not how hyphens work. Good lord, we are truly failing repeatedly. Shift enter. Friday. 5:30 to 9:30. Shift enter. And Sunday. Do I put Sunday last? Yeah, I probably put Sunday last. It's fine. From 5:30 to we'll say 11. Actually, should I do this in military time? Yeah. Yeah, because I think there is less potential for confusion. Granted, I don't know what fucking streamer is going live at 5:30 a.m., but let's just cut that off at the pass. And you know, the more I do this, the more I think that I understand why streamers do gaming content, because if you've got few enough people watching, it's definitely good to amuse yourself with something else. Though, again, I think it would be nice to have... No, don't do that shit. I think it would be nice to do games that I could sit there and have chat open in such a way that anything that comes in can be quickly read, particularly with the number of followers and viewers I have at the moment not being an overwhelming number. I think that that's entirely feasible. And is there... Let's see, that'd be 17 to 2300. EST. And yes, you poor people of the world, we do in fact have daylight savings time here, so it is gonna be a pain in the ass on occasion. Let's see. I would love to have this come through correctly. What if I now hit enter and it publishes? Excellent. And we will go ahead and pin that shit. Okay. Pin it. Yes. Alright, we're good. And then, can I edit channel? There's a... Okay, there's a... No, I don't want it age restricted. No, I don't want any of that. That's all fine. But I feel like there's a way that you can... Yeah, you can add... Oh, is it just in text? Huh. How do I do that? Okay. Learning together. Add icons on Discord. Yeah. How does that work? Copy and paste? What? Oh, there's a fucking website. Of course there is. Jesus. Da, 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 da. Can I not fucking copy it? Why? Oh. Oh. Copy and paste. Save changes. Why? Why did that go from one thing to another thing? I love technology. Having the best time with it. Okay. Could... Okay. What if I do this? Copy that, and then edit channel, delete that, paste that, save changes, and that worked. Okay, sure, why not? Different emoji, because that's fine. Let's see, topic suggestions, probably want something in the vague nature of a speech bubble. And if I copy that, I should be able to paste it to the topic suggestions. What if this works? Okay, it appears to have worked. That's okay, it altered itself a little bit, but it, no, I don't actually like how that came out. Why is the emoji altering itself? Why? Okay, I've expressed that I don't like emojis. This is confirming my biases. Um, you know, that could work. An image of me yapping. No, that's not clear as an idea. No. I don't think that comes across well. What? What do I want for topic discussions? Actually, you know what? Announcements. There's a fucking megaphone here that could work. Uh, God, it really does not want to give me shit that looks good. Yeah, we'll try that shit. Announcements. Save changes. Yeah, okay, that looks good. Topic suggestions. I need something better, and I don't see it. So, is there anything that will do that for me? This then becomes about keywords. What keywords do? You know what? Actually, we're gonna bookmark this tab because I might need it later. Let's see. How about globe? That seems potentially good. We'll try that. Not Steam. I don't need to be tempted. Fucking misclick. God, they're tempting me. Why are they tempting me with inexpensive games? I don't need it. Oh well. Okay, so topic suggestions. We'll make a globe. And we'll save changes. Yeah, that looks good. Da, 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 da. Oh man, you know, it would be good if I closed that parentheses. That would look less dumb. Actually, technically, that should be close parentheses, then period. All right, there we go. Let's see, general. Uh, I have no idea how I would do that. All right. Um, no, Steam, stop tempting me. Go away. I mean, I gotta look at what's featured in the store, right? Be foolish not to. Not that I'm gonna buy any of it, but like, gotta look. Oh god, Liar's Bar looks so fun, but I can't get over the AI voices in it. Just, I know voice actors, and I would prefer. Hell, I'd like to be a voice actor. So can't support a game that does that. I'd love to check out Hogwarts Legacy, but I refuse to give money to the woman that's making life harder for trans people across the world when she could be doing literally anything else with her stupid amounts of wealth, but here we are. Silent Hill 2, I gotta get around to at some point. Oh god, the Walking Dead collection's $5? That's that's stupid. That's so good for that. I don't need it, but it's $5. This is what Steam does to a person. They'll give you a price, and you're like, somehow it's more expensive if I don't buy it at that price. It's a lie. None of it's true, but it feels true. It's how they get you. It's how Gaben makes billions of dollars. Lives in New Zealand. With that fucking housing market. Where am I at? Okay. If I continue on the Discord here, is there anything that I want the general channel for? Do I need multiple voice channels? I feel like I don't. Um, okay. I would like that to... Okay, is there... I would think Sons of the Forest would be... Yeah, okay, so that's there and discounted, but... Stop looking at games you're not gonna buy. Window shopping is unhelpful. One could conceivably just not look at games when you're not planning to spend money. Poverty's a motherfucker. Also, you have Game Pass. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of the Discords I'm on and seeing what is in them, and I am actually fairly impressed with a couple of them. Good God. Because I do not have the sort of... I mean, granted, I don't have the kind of communities that the ones I'm looking at here have, but pretty impressive stuff for the most part. And I'd like to have the Discord just because A, it's a place that community can kind of get started if they want to hang out and talk. B, it's an easy way to message me directly. Um, C, it's just another way that people can hang out with the channel. And I'm, you know, talking to myself right now, so it would be, oh, God, got some friends playing a game. Almost as many people watching them as I do. I'm very seriously considering Twitch Turbo, but as established, poor, and therefore I don't need another fucking subscription service. Well, oh wow, they're playing the same campaign they've been doing for years. Good to know that's still happening. I will be back on the mic in just a moment. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for stepping away there. Oh, I think I'm just talking to myself. There we are. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Discord. I don't... Let's see. Is there a good conversation? I don't know what I would use as the keyword for that. Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm back. Back and dancing with myself. Okay, yeah, let's see. Hmm. Um. Uh, honestly, I don't know that I need that. Seems broadly superfluous. And then the question becomes, if I wished to invite people, can I just... Okay. I can... That's fine, and just pin that. Don't see a reason not to. And then... That's how you spell knowledgeably, I think. Knowledgeably. Yeah, okay, that works. How to speak knowledgeably with chat. Knowledgeably about them with chat. No. That. All right. And do that, pin that, and I think that is everything I need as far as, let's see, I can delete that channel. And then if I go, right, I'm aware of that, thank you. God, why are the names cut off? Could I please, like, read the fucking names? That is incredibly unhelpful. What if... Yeah, there we go. Generate a new link. Copy that. And then, if I go to my links in the channel, Discord. Okay. I don't think that's it. What if we... Can we fucking unhide that shit? And then if I paste, will that do it? Okay, I'm gonna try that, and then when it doesn't... Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Why? Why? Okay. What if we decided to work, though? Can I unhide it? What? Okay. Fucking...
Mike.
Not again. Why? Why is it? Why does the mic fucking hate me? Alright. Okay. Do I give a shit about adding apps? I don't think I do. So for now, I think that is everything I need to do with that server. Oh, how do I re-enable streamer mode? Enable streamer mode on Discord. User settings, then click streamer mode in the left-hand panel. Oh, is that just a... Oh, that's not my channel, that's for me, I think. Uh-huh. 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 Data and privacy? Security? Nope, that's not it. What if this shit was simple and it wasn't? Okay. User settings, then streamer mode. User settings. Streamer mode. There we are. Enabled. Done. Cool. Probably that's not going to be an issue, but we can. Hey, Casper, how's it going? I've just been streaming myself for the past, 45 minutes, so I got around to setting up the Discord for the call. How did your event go earlier? Call? Oh, what? Sorry, I don't know what call question mark means. Was that the thing that you had? Oh, shit. Uh, I hope the person's okay. Did they have an EpiPen on hand? I will say, I've dealt with a lot of people with dog allergies. It's usually not, fucking anaphylactic. Like, those people exist, it's just not super common. Oh, okay, cool, cool. I was gonna say, I've seen people react badly, but usually not that badly. Okay, yeah, no, I've been there. I was a little more allergic to dogs and cats when I was younger. Um, but I definitely improved as I got older, and also, uh, the only cats I deal with day to day are eating food that makes them hypoallergenic, so I'm good. Makes it a little less, problematic. Oh, no, sorry, I was setting up the, Discord, not the call. Um, I was setting up the Discord channel because I had intentions to build it, but never actually did it. But I was not, just hadn't gotten around to it. My own fault, really. Sorry, Jay sent me something and I'm responding. He has apparently been reading a whole lot. Um, oh, Casper, you'd appreciate this. Um, the image I have up here. Yeah, no kidding. Schooling goes crazy. There's a reason that I graduated and left. Yes. So the image. Um, a young woman in Ohio, 14-year-old, maybe 15-year-old, she was a freshman anyway. Um, was assigned a school art project based on the idea was there was an Australian artist who uses a lot of tape in his work to make murals and graffiti on buildings, all actually legally in Australia. But the idea was the prompt was tape. They needed to make an artwork using tape. And this young woman looked around her and made the artwork on the left. So, man with his hands crossed, young pregnant woman with her hands taped behind her back and tape over her mouth, which is an impressive piece of art for a young woman of that. Certainly for someone that young. It shows a social awareness that not everyone has. And she got the project approved by her art teacher ahead of time. It evidently offended someone, shockingly. Um, you can guess what crowd it offended. But so the superintendent got involved, which is just fucking stupid, but okay. The superintendent, Dawn Wallace of Adams Valley, Ohio School District, got involved and went to cover it up, which is making the point more eloquently than the student could have. A, if you're an artist who's been censored, I mean, that means your art was successful because clearly it emotionally affected people. Um, Good art, in my mind, is usually offensive to some group, just because almost everybody is offended by something. And there are certainly groups that are more offended by anything that challenges their worldview. But to take an art piece about silencing women's voices with tape and then using tape to put butcher paper over it, I mean, my God, couldn't have made a more eloquent point if they tried. But this young freshman artist whose artwork would have been seen on this wall by, I don't know, a couple hundred people, is now in national news. So Streisand Effect has boosted her artwork to the point that tons and tons of people have seen it on articles. And I mean, I'm not adding much to that, but I was impressed by the artwork and so bothered by the censorship that I felt the need to put it up here today. And I spent some time at the beginning of the stream talking about censorship and how I just kind of don't get the mindset where, like, I've read and seen plenty of things that bothered or offended me, and I don't, like, I've never tried to get them removed. The book Things Fall Apart back in high school, I disliked. The main character was like a serial abuser and rapist, and I was reading this in an English class and I fucking hated it, and I couldn't, you know, couldn't get on board with the character. But at no point was I like, hey, this book should be banned. I don't know. I just don't understand the mindset. And I recognize that there is a portion of the political spectrum that's just trying, yes, Censorship is absolutely a tool of the ruling class. The problem is that if it were just the rich trying to censor shit, it would be a much easier battle. But you've got grassroots organizations that have been pulled into the culture war by, Fox News, Newsmax, OAN, Breitbart, all the wacky right-wing propaganda, who make groups like Moms for Liberty, which is an ironic name if ever there was one, who are local groups that get together to try and get books taken out of libraries and out of educational discourse. And I think about, like, it's so clear so regularly that people didn't, read the book or play the game or whatever that they're trying to get banned. Because they'll be like, oh, Huck Finn or To Kill a Mockingbird should be banned because they have the N word in them. It's like, yeah, they do, but the book is so clearly ideologically opposed to the people who were using it. Like, Mark Twain was not a guy who was cool with that, or Harper Lee. So if you read the book, you'd understand contextually why it's not the problem that you're making it out to be. And because you haven't read the book, I'm inclined to disregard your opinion. So I remember this actually with GTA 5 coming out back in 2013. There were complaints about I think the fact that prostitutes were even in the game. I don't remember the exact specifics of what the complaint was, but it was one of those things that, like, people had been bitching about in Grand Theft Auto forever. Uh, and it was so clear that none of the people complaining had played the game, because the most disturbing scene in that game involves you actively, like, torturing, waterboarding, hooking up a guy to a car battery. Like, it is a fucked up scene to play through. And if you were genuinely offended by the content of the game, having played the game, that would have come up. And it never did. It was never in any of those discussions because people heard about it and wanted to be mad about it, wanted to ban the game, but didn't have any actual context for it. Video games and their torture scenes. Yeah, I actually watched a sort of interesting video a few months back on a guy who covered all, I want to say, 46 torture scenes in the Call of Duty franchise to see what the franchise had to say about torture as a means for, information gathering and what it meant morally. Oh, Jacob Geller. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's a good video, but it definitely, that is a series that has more torture than the average. I wouldn't say honestly that torture even comes up all that much in video games. Off the top of my head, that sequence in Grand Theft Auto, the Call of Duty games. There's a couple of sequences in the newer Wolfenstein games that qualify. But by and large, in a shooter, you're just, like, you're not taking the time to torture people, you're just shooting them. Um, I guess spy thriller games will occasionally, do things like that, but it doesn't tend towards coming up in video games a lot. Um, or if it does, it's usually just as a way to make the bad guy look bad. Um, but yeah, it's an interesting topic to cover, particularly if you're going purely off of the Geneva Convention's definition of torture, which actually would include a lot more things than most people would think of as torture. Um, because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, solitary confinement is one of the most common forms of torture used in our society. People are very comfortable with the idea of a prisoner who has quote unquote done something wrong being thrown in the hole when, as we know, yeah. That will fuck you up for life. That induces long-term PTSD, that isolation, like humans are not meant to have no stimulus. Um, yeah, psychosis. And the worst thing is, like, okay, a lot of people don't get because they'll be like, okay, they throw you in a dark hole with no stimulus. It's like, why don't you just sleep? The problem is, it induces psychosis, and the cells for solitary confinement are often like next to each other. And so anybody who's been in there for any amount of time is losing their fucking mind, often screaming or banging on walls. So it's not like you can even escape in that way. And yeah, I mean, you probably honestly know more about it than I do, knowing that you study psychology. But that is one of the things that we as a society are just far too comfortable with the idea of solitary confinement as a punishment. Um, and I don't know how you get around that, particularly because anybody you're doing that to for, more than 2, 3 days at a time, and even that'll fuck you up, but anybody you're doing that to for more than that amount of time is going to be permanently damaged. Oh yeah, it seems humane. I mean, that's a huge aspect of our prison industrial complex is getting things that seem humane, where a lot of people were, if you'll excuse the phrase, up in arms about, yeah, lethal injection. That's where I was going. There was a recent, I think in Utah, a recent execution carried out using firing squad. And the lethal injection is one of those things that isn't actually humane because no company is willing to put their name on providing lethal injection drugs. So inexperienced and unpracticed people are often behind administering those, and they fucking hurt as they kill you. So people tend to jerk around a lot, so they include a paralytic, so you're stuck in pain, dying slowly of this poison, that may or may not actually fucking kill you, because, again, they have people who don't know what they're doing behind it. Um, and I mean, my opinion on state-sponsored killing, which is that I'm not saying there aren't people who need killing. I'm not saying that there aren't people that we'd just be better off as a society without. I'm just saying I don't trust the state to make that decision. Particularly given that at least 4% we know of death row executions were of the wrong individual. And that number is almost certainly higher. And even in a perfect world where we get the right guy every time, uh, it is still within our judiciary system vastly, vastly more economical to keep someone in prison their entire life than to execute them. Because to keep someone in prison for the rest of their years, assuming they go in at like, 20, 30, whatever, you're talking a couple $100,000 to feed them, generally. In order to execute them, you're talking north of 10 million often after all the appeals process is done. So, like, even if you are not opposed for humane reasons, if you're like, why should we pay to keep them alive? It's because paying to keep them alive is a shitload cheaper than killing them. So there's no justification for it but revenge, and I am opposed to a system that operates that way. But yeah, the lethal injection is terrible, and the whole idea behind shit like the electric chair was that it was going to be a more humane way to go. when practically speaking, probably the two most humane execution methods that humanity has ever come up with are the guillotine, and there was one used in the Middle East by British colonialists that was intended to like terrify people and cow them and make them, surrender to the British. But they basically strapped people to the front end of a cannon and shot it off. It's like, well, okay, yeah. Is that kind of horrific to watch? Yeah, no doubt. Shock and awe and all that. But as far as shit that's gonna kill you instantly, that's pretty far up there. Um, and that's where people are like, what if we talked about American culture is focused on punitive justice rather than restorative justice? Yeah, no doubt. And that's where you have the prison system set up encouraging recidivism rather than encouraging rehabilitation. Because the prison, certainly private prisons, make a great deal more money that way. And state prisons get slave labor out of prisoners that keep returning. Feeds into the overall black and white thinking that bleeds throughout the entire country. Yeah, that's okay. That is an American issue, but it's not an exclusively American issue. Black and white thinking is very, very common to humanity. It's one of those things where like critical thinking needs to be encouraged and taught, because if you don't, that sort of black and white thinking tends to pervade most cultures. Um, it's one of those that I think is evolutionarily handy. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's easier to point out when it surrounds you. Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, people love simple answers. It's part of why uh, certain games, movies, etc., throw people off when they have a complex ending. Hollywood loves their, happy endings, whereas when you get movies that don't have that, um, they get huge critical acclaim, but they don't tend to sell as well. Because there is a disturbing percentage of humanity that doesn't like thinking about shit. They want a feel good movie that ends happily and they go on with their lives. But yeah, as far as prison complex, that if in my mind was one of the biggest lies that I got taught in school, was that slavery ended in the United States as of the ratification of the 13th Amendment, when it absolutely didn't. Because slave labor is perfectly legal in prisons. All you have to do is convict someone first. Um, which is disturbing to live in a country that has legal slavery. I definitely didn't realize that until I was an adult. Partially because it wasn't taught, and partially because people don't care if they can look at someone in, you know, a striped, pinstriped suit, or I mean, practically usually an orange jumpsuit, um, who was convicted of a crime. They don't know what uh that sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. The technically they're I'm back. The technically their choice thing is not always true. Like usually yes, but there are prisons that they're just like, yep, you're gonna do this, and you have no choice, and you will be sent to the hole, read tortured if you don't. Um, so it's definitely one of those things that I'd love to. Oh, sure, technically, yeah, okay, fair. Um, but yeah, it's fucked up. It's not something that I think should be allowed, but I the only way to fix it is to ratify another amendment, which would require two-thirds of both houses of Congress, and we've been fucking deadlocked since Obama was elected. So when was the 27th Amendment ratified? I'm trying to remember the last time the U.S. actually ratified an amendment, and it's been a long fucking time. Let's see. Ratified in 92. So it's been 33 years since an amendment has been made to the U.S. Constitution. Yeah, it's yeah, yeah. But before either of us were born, me by a little bit, you by a lot. Um, but the whole prison industrial complex, frankly, needs to go. Um, we incarcerate per capita so many more than the next country. Let's see, U.S. incarceration per capita. Uh, yeah, so the U.S. makes up about 5% of the global population, despite the fact that we have more than 20% of the world's prison population. And since 1970, our incarceration population has increased by 500%. It's fucking absurd. And so clearly a grab for cheap labor, along with eliminating quote unquote undesirables from society. Usually for shit like weed, which we can thank Nixon for. But it is consistently frustrating to me to see, drunk drivers get a slap on the wrist when someone arrested with weed gets, and it's better now, but it's still not good. Um, when someone with weed, even not that much weed, gets slapped with a huge charge. Yeah, the war on drugs, we fucking lost. Drugs won. Um, the whole idea of the war on drugs should have been eliminated the moment someone went, "Hey, didn't we try this shit in the 20s with alcohol?" But yeah, Nixon and a Nixon staffer admitted this years later. But basically, Nixon didn't want black people or hippies to be able to vote, and the stereotype at the time was that black people used cocaine and that hippies smoked weed. And so cocaine became a Schedule 2 drug, weed became Schedule 1, which is so fucking absurd. It's above heroin. Actually, cocaine might have been Schedule 1 as well. I think heroin was Schedule 2. Um, but it basically allowed them to take a portion of the population that was voting against them and take away their right to vote, um, as well as own guns. Uh, so it was something used for political purposes then and used to imprison and incarcerate people for decades after. Also to disrupt the community building efforts. Yes, that's true. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of that would have been post Civil Rights Act, but it was definitely a terror in white suburban minds to have black people getting together and uh you know making grassroots movements. The anti-war thing was basically just a question of American nationalism, exceptionalism, etc. Um, as to people going, "Hey, what have the Vietnamese ever done to us?" And people of the McCarthy era screaming the word communism without choosing to elaborate because that was the entire argument. Yeah, it's always interesting to look back at history and see why all the fucked up. Oh God, the whole communists are evil thing. It's like, okay, communism at its core isn't evil. It's really idealistic, but it's not evil. Um, it also doesn't tend to work beyond a group of like 500 people because the thing about it is like somebody has to be in charge of the money, and there are adverse incentives there where like when you implement a large scale economy ostensibly based on communism, uh, you tend to get people who are pocketing some of those funds here and there, and people don't tend to do that. Um, when it's like 500 people and everybody knows everybody. So communes tend to work. Communism at a state level doesn't. Uh, but the other problem was the U.S. went around killing or displacing democratically elected leaders in a bunch of countries just because the opposition party was more friendly to American business interests. I mean, God, most of South America turned over in that era. Um, and I think the only reason that we had Middle Eastern terrorists primarily, rather than South American terrorists, is because instead of staying pissed at the U.S., those in those countries who were pissed at the U.S. went ahead, gathered up power, and made drug cartels instead. And so you had those sorts of individuals rising to power, which kept many South Americans kind of under their boot and too busy dealing with that bullshit to come and take it out on the U.S. So the whole like anti-communist thing is dumb and always was. The McCarthy era obviously was like the worst of it, but the whole idea of putting people on lists for quote unquote communist leanings or sympathies strikes me as so incredibly un-American. But time and again, we prove that we do not live up to our ideals, and people who are basically offended by other ways of living will fuck it up for the rest of us. Oh, you and me both in the McCarthy era. Yeah, I am bad at keeping my mouth shut about how I feel about things. And I'm not even a communist, and my general socialist leanings would have absolutely gotten me imprisoned or worse at that time. Yeah, McCarthy was crazy. But and honestly, Hoover in that era too was a whole other problem. Though that was less anti-communist and more anti-civil rights. Hoover's FBI killed a whole lot of civil rights leaders with the various excuses, including, um, you know, pinning drugs on them. Yeah, yeah. Hoover's FBI was a whole clusterfuck. Um, but yeah, the Fred Hampton. There was a movie called Judas and the Black Messiah came out a few years back about the assassination of Fred Hampton by the FBI. He was a major civil rights leader who could have been on par with MLK Jr. or Malcolm X and was killed basically before he had that opportunity. So, you know, yeah, American interventionism during the Cold War was something that I think probably wouldn't even have been protested in the way that it was, uh, if not, like, the Civil War was the first photographed war. So Americans had to see, you know, still images and daguerreotypes from the front, uh, and see sort of what they were supporting, one side or the other, um, with the still images that photographers brought back from the battlefields. Vietnam was the first televised war. So World War II, you had some film reels making it back, but by Vietnam, you had footage from Vietnam on the nightly news every night. And so if you were the kind of person who would have anti-war leanings anyway, you had suddenly all of this evidence of why it was bad. And the people who supported it also had this evidence that made them much less supportive of the war generally. Now, that led to its own problems in that the draft was still active at the time. So you had plenty of people fighting in Vietnam who opposed the Vietnam War prior to the draft. And instead of being welcomed back as veterans, they were considered, monsters that had done all of the terrible things that the American military did in Vietnam, um, despite the fact that they never wanted to be there in the first place. And so you had a huge swath of Vietnam vets coming back with PTSD and all kinds of shit who were treated terribly by uh, Americans who they ideologically aligned with, even though they never wanted to be there. Um, so Vietnam was bad. Like that's my short version. Vietnam shouldn't have happened. The French shouldn't have been there, and the U.S. definitely shouldn't have been there. But it's a lot of stuff came out of that era that's still causing us problems today. I think if I were to pin like an era that's causing us the most problems today, it would probably be the Reagan era, but Nixon definitely gave us a lot of U.S. stay out of foreign countries challenge. Yes, we're bad at that shit. Um, see our current president talking shit about taking over Greenland and Canada. Maybe don't do that, because A, strong allies, B, if you invade either country, you trigger Article 5 of NATO and have to send troops to fight the troops that you just sent in. So, that's... It's one of those things that's so dumb that I would assume it was bluster from a more intelligent politician. I don't have that hope. Um, who knows? But yeah, American interventionism is only one step. Um, and it's honestly sort of interesting if you go back to like things like the Marshall Plan, where American isolationism was attempted. That obviously didn't fucking work out. Um, to do that and then go from isolationism to protectionism that involved going into, oh, I mean, his old man brain is failing him for sure, but also, I mean, the guy was never intelligent. That's I mean, even his staffers called him, quote, a fucking moron in his first term. And that was 8 years ago. So, and the people talking about having to give the daily briefing and, keep it short and make sure that his name was in it a bunch to make sure he stayed interested. Like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Um, but it's so simple to deal with. Like, the president is a very complex job. There are some things that are incredibly simple, and he can be counted on to fuck them all up. Because I will say, around his first term, when COVID started in early 2020, well, late 2019, obviously, but once it hit us in 2020, I was like, shit, he just won a second term. Because all you got to do at that point is step back, let the experts do their jobs, and you'll be the president that, saved us from COVID. That's the thing, right? You say he doesn't care what he wants as long as he doesn't care what he does as long as he makes profit. I agree, but that's the stupid thing, right? Like, he could have gone, okay, this disease is here. Hey, experts, what do we do? And then the experts would be like, hey, we need to, have people stay home and mask up. And then he could have put out MAGA masks, red masks, that said MAGA or whatever, and made a fuckload of money. It'd be against the emoluments clause, but clearly we didn't care about that shit. And raked in cash. Instead, he got 1 million people killed and lost popularity because he fucked it up so bad. Like, that is about as easy a softball as you can be thrown as a president if you've got the CDC and, like, Anthony Fauci ready to go. And he fucked it up because his ego is incapable of letting someone else take the reins. So it's particularly staring down the barrel of both the avian flu that's going around, and uh, measles. I am significantly concerned that we're gonna see a repeat of that. Um, and measles, I mean, is particularly terrifying because you can walk through a room that someone who had measles like breathed in, and 24 hours later you can still get it. And then uh, the really nasty thing about measles, if you've ever played Plague Inc., uh, measles is like playing modded Plague Inc., where it erases your immunity to all other diseases you've ever had. It just, it's pretty busted as diseases go. So now the positive news is they've had 259 cases. Of those cases, only 2 people have been vaccinated. So the vaccine is effective. The MMR that I think all of us got as kids, um, is effective, relatively speaking. But those 2 people out of the 259, so less than 2%, but that was TB generally. The other thing was polio. So TB would is basically a bacterial infection that kills off your lungs. The iron lung could be used for that, but generally speaking, it was polio. So polio would paralyze you, including your intercostal muscles that are used to expand and contract to get air into your lungs. The iron lung was usually used for polio. Uh, and so, people would get polio young, lose control of their legs, lose control of their uh, lungs, and generally speaking, that was what would get them in the iron lung. Um, and that's where people are fucking terrified that RFK Jr. is talking about, take some fucking vitamin A or whatever bullshit instead of a polio vaccine. He's looking at getting rid of that vaccine. And there are one of the only fucking positive things about all the dinosaurs in Congress is yes, vitamin A. Dude, I don't know. He's a fucking idiot. Dude sawed off a whale's head on a family vacation and strapped it to the top of his car to take it home. I don't get the impression he's super stable. Um, but he is talking about getting rid of the polio vaccine, and well, to be fair, there's only one worm in his brain, as far as we know, and it's dead technically. Uh, they're not removing it because it's dead and it's not eating any more of his brain, but it has eaten some of it. Uh, but one of the only positive things about having complete fucking dinosaurs in Congress is that some of them are old enough to remember life before Jonas Salk and the polio vaccine. Yeah, maybe. That's just what he wants us to believe. But because some of them have had siblings or parents who had polio, they are very, very opposed to any action that would take away the polio vaccine because it's incredibly effective and has kept us from, spreading that around for decades at this point. So the idea of retracting a vaccine that's that safe and effective is insane. And if you know anything about Jonas Salk, he made the vaccine and then sold the patent for like $1 so that everybody could make the vaccine because he was more concerned about saving lives than he was about making a profit in the medical system. Because Jonas Salk was both a genius and a good dude. Um, but yeah, the measles is terrifying, and there's no reason that it should be a problem because the MMR vaccine has been around since before the, or maybe during the 90s. Um, and the only reason that it's a problem is because there were a bunch of, I don't remember if it was Mormons or Mennonites, might be Amish, but a religious group that was like, hey, we don't want to take fucking, we don't want to give our kids vaccines. And the other thing is, most of them have had their vaccines. So these are people who are throwing their kids under the bus when they themselves are probably immune to the diseases because they've had the vaccine. Now, the vaccine's not 100% effective, which is why you need everyone to get vaccinated and provide herd immunity, both for the immunocompromised and for the people for whom the vaccine didn't work, didn't take effect. No, I don't think they were Jehovah's Witnesses, but it was definitely like in that vein. No. Not even organ transplants. Organ transplants is a whole other thing, right? Like, okay, you want to talk about, replacing a whole organ. I could almost see a point, religiously where you're like, hey, that's weird. They don't allow for blood transplants. So, like, getting in a car accident, say the parents are okay and the kid, like, needs a blood transfusion, the parents will not allow the hospital to do that shit. Um, and now generally they get arrested for child neglect afterwards, but the kid's still dead. Um, and they also are in the very bad habit of not taking their kids to hospitals when they need it, just because they're concerned about, I don't know, some spiritual failing from using modern medicine. To be honest, I'm not entirely clear. Anytime I try and figure out what's going on with Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, etc., my brain starts hurting. Yeah, yeah. Little Timmy gets to go to heaven. He's dead, but sure, his afterlife that I don't happen to believe in is gonna be great. Uh, I wish that we were a country that was a little more socially motivated by a social unit rather than individualism. Like I love the American sort of individualist bent when it's like you can do what you want, you can create art, you can be who you are. That's awesome. When it's you can endanger the rest of us, I am very much a your right to swing your fist ends at the next person's nose. Um, there's absolutely no reason that we don't have like federally mandated vaccines once shit's proven safe and effective. Um, we just there's no reason that people are allowed to make their kids breeding grounds for disease that can affect the rest of us. And that's one of the things that really frustrates me about the whole U.S. aid thing, where they're talking about us spending, millions of dollars on other countries. It's like, yeah, we are, but also we are ensuring that they have immunity to diseases that they could very well spread to us, particularly in this age of, air travel. Um, where, if there was a disease ravaging a rural part of India, couple hundred years ago, it would stay there, more or less. Uh, but now, maybe, that rural Indian village has somebody who went off to college, and the parents want to visit, and they go through. Oh God, yeah. Not only AIDS treatment, like all kinds of shit that, malaria. I mean, it's all pretty evil to shut down. And completely destroys like 100 years of soft power over the course of 2 months, which is both frustrating and impressive. That it's hard to fuck up that bad. Uh, but yeah. Oh, millions if we're lucky. Depending on the time scale, it's likely to reach a billion. If we go into the next 100 years, particularly with climate change making most diseases worse, because as the Earth heats up, it becomes a better breeding ground for many bacterium and some viruses. So yeah, just choosing to take money that is not only like so it's evil on its face, right? But it's also illegal because Congress has already approved those funds, so taking them away is illegal. Now, in theory, uh, a judge has ordered all that shit to start back up again, but A, people were left in the lurch in the meantime. B, some people were fired in the meantime because the money that kept them there had stopped. Um, and C, it's not like this administration has been respectful of judges' orders in the past. Certainly not the president. So it's such a comparatively easy and inexpensive thing to do around the world that not only saves the lives of millions of people, but also protects the lives of Americans by preventing other countries from becoming breeding grounds for diseases that could very easily come to the US. It's simple and important, and that is part of what makes me so fucking angry when they try to destroy things like this. Um, and as it turns out, it is vastly easier to destroy something than it is to build it. It took us, basically since FDR to build up the sort of soft power web that we had over the globe. And in 2 fucking months, this administration has basically destroyed that. Um, Nobody wants to work with American companies because the wild back and forth on the tariffs mean that, companies have no guarantees that anything coming through the US is a done deal. Businesses want to be able to plan months, 4 months in advance, and they can't do that with the wild flailing that's going on. Exactly. Rome wasn't built in a day, but it burned in one. Um, Now, that's a fair oversimplification of the fall of the Roman Empire, but yes, Rome did in fact burn in a day. Um, yeah, I don't know, man. I went out, I voted. Hell, my vote counted in this first past the post bullshit system because my state went blue, so my vote wasn't completely ignored. But I, I just, it would have been such a different story these past couple months. And it wouldn't have even been a story. It would have been, hey, we got our first female president. Yippee. Done. And then I wouldn't have to read about the president in the news every fucking day. And there would have been progress towards, making first time home buying more affordable and making small businesses more feasible. And just kills me the looking at the alternate timeline that could have been. I like my politicians boring. And for all of the things you can say about Trump, you can't call him boring. I don't know. I USAID was such an incredible achievement, and defunding it both loses trust in the US, but also puts the US at greater risk for various communicable diseases that we were otherwise handling where they came from rather than having to handle on our own shores. And so while we're staring down the barrel of avian flu and measles, okay, yeah, as far as stopping funding Israel, yeah, that's a whole can of worms. That was one of the sentiments that most frustrated me in the run up to the election was the whole like genocide Joe talk. It's like, okay, am I opposed to voting for the guy who is currently assisting, aiding and abetting a genocide in Israel and Palestine? I'm not happy voting for that guy, but I'm definitely less happy voting for the guy who's saying that the current guy is not helping aid and abet the genocide enough. Uh, that was one of the dumbest takes. Was people who were like, "Oh yeah, Joe's doing this." Like, yeah, it's bad, but how how did you expect Trump to be better? The one that really got me right was the Muslims for Trump group. I'm reminded that A, Jews for Hitler was also a political group at one point. Um, and B, how short is your fucking memory? D- Muslims for Trump? Like, uh, we do remember that this was the guy who tried to enact the Muslim ban as soon as he got into office the first time, right? And apparently the answer is no, we don't remember that. I don't understand. And I think some of it comes down to really effective propaganda. Oh yeah, surely the leopards won't eat face this time. Um, yeah, I don't know if you're on the subreddit, leopards ate my face, but they're definitely, pretty active since the inauguration. Um, and it is sort of interesting to watch in real time as people who supported a fascist regime realize that the fascist regime does not care about them in the way that they thought. Um, like horrifying to watch all the other people get hurt, but it is at some level that there's a level of Schadenfreude that comes with watching people get what they voted for, even if they didn't think that was what they were voting for. Um, I I don't feel good about myself that I take some pleasure in that, but I won't deny it. Yeah, yeah, only human. And I don't know. It's one of those things where like the urge to say "I told you so" doesn't get you that far, and the thing that people need at some level is to be willing to be a bridge away from the sort of MAGA mindset. But I understand people who are still at the "I told you so" phase. Um, the real problem is you need deprogramming at this point. Like the cult is very like has its hooks in. So the people that are going, "Hey, I'm not okay with the things that are happening. I didn't think this would go this way." Those people need people who are willing to, take them, talk to them, but also need genuine deprogramming and to basically have Fox News blocked on their TV. Um, and the other problem is the algorithm knows them now, so it's aware that they want, right wing propaganda. And so, short of creating a whole bunch of new profiles and keeping them away from it, which they may or may not want to do, there's so much identity tied up in where one stands politically in the US that even if they're sitting there going, "Hey, I think this thing is bad," like, are you going to try and help them and then get stabbed in the back because no, it turns out they kind of are just terrible people. Um, it's my inclination is I think I would like to help them, but I don't know that I will ever trust them. Oh, your mom's getting into that shit? God, yeah, no. Um, it's a very it is a rabbit hole that is lubed with Vaseline. And it's designed to be easy to fall into. Um, yeah, it's I am relatively lucky in that my parents are both pretty left. Um, though I will say I look at my dad's YouTube and he gets even more like political leftist shit than I do recommended because I don't tend to follow too much of that. I tend to read the news rather than watching the commentators, and he's clearly watching a lot of the leftist commentators. So I'm sort of watching that bubble form around him, which I don't hate. right? Like, I would much rather him be in that bubble than the right wing bubble, but I also think at some level he's sort of crafting the echo chamber for himself. Um, not entirely, but definitely I see more of that on his YouTube recommends than anything. Uh, but I yes, absolutely. That bubble does not dispute human rights. Um, it's funny. I was watching a legal video that he put up. And he said he had gotten the comment from someone that he was like, "Man, I really enjoyed this channel until it was all about Trump shit." He was like, "Yeah, me too. I would really prefer not to have to figure out what the fuck the president is doing day to day and do legal analysis on that. But of all the things, I'm kind of stuck with that one." But yeah, Instagram is an arm of Facebook which was the home of the Cambridge Analytica right wing media push during Trump's or prior to Trump's first administration. Which is funny because we didn't know about the Cambridge Analytica thing at the time. But I still left Facebook right around that time in 2016 when the vitriol got turned up to 11, and I just wasn't enjoying it. I couldn't go on there and just see what my friends were doing. It was all, pushes from various political angles because it was designed for that sort of engagement. And so I left Facebook in 2016 and haven't been back. Though I honestly need to log on there and shoot my phone number to a few people whose contacts I've lost. Um, but assuming I can remember the password, honestly. Um, but yeah, people losing parents to. Yeah, well, you were too young to have a Facebook. That would be like me going, man, I'm glad I never had MySpace. I was fucking young. I managed to avoid getting an Instagram, a Snapchat, TikTok. Though honestly, if I want to grow this channel, I may make a TikTok and upload shorts from various recordings to it. Just because that is a way that channels grow. Yeah, I'm not excited about that, but I may do it. Um, I do need to get some editing software. That's understandable. Um, I wouldn't send him a TikTok. It would just be a thing that I would upload shorts of this to TikTok. Um, I'd block me forever if I used the TikTok AI voice. So it would just basically be, a short of something I was talking about with a link to uh, the YouTube VODs or the Twitch channel. Just shameless self promotion. I think the worst thing that might happen if I go on TikTok is I will be, permanently banned from the country of China for my political opinion. So, that was probably on its way anyway. That's, I'd love to go to Russia someday when it's not actively invading Ukraine and when Putin's dead, but I think under the current administration I could very well be locked in a prison for some shit I said online. Yeah, classic streamer stuff. I'm kind of learning all of it on the fly at the moment. Um, where I'd like this to be successful, but at the moment I'm just treating it as a serious hobby, because expecting it to turn into something is statistically improbable. It is the kind of thing that like could happen, but if it does, it could be a year or more down the line. But that's part of why I want to start making things like shorts, where um, it can direct people to the channel if they're interested, but it generates interest rather than just hoping that people find me under the just chatting, uh, category on Twitch. Consider doing gameplay. Yes. I was thinking about it, and I was like, can I do several 4-hour podcasts of me just talking to myself a week? Theoretically, yes. Um, but it's definitely one of those things that I think I have some Steam games that I could play. Ideally, the kind of thing that is turn-based, so that I can basically have my phone with chat next to me, and it's not going to get me killed for looking away. That's where I don't get the people that can stream like Call of Duty and read chat at the same time. I like it. That's incredible, very impressive, but couldn't be me. Um, I'm approaching 30. I'm slowing down in my old age. I gotta have chat on the separate screen. Um, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I think I need a second monitor here so that I can have OBS up on one um, with chat and then gameplay on another one. But I think something like Slay the Spire or XCOM would be pretty good stream games, where I could talk to chat without interrupting the game or getting killed in the game, while also having a thing on screen that's a little more dynamic than my current setup, which is pretty limited. But yeah, I think gameplay is definitely on the menu at some point. Much as I would like to do a heavily just chatting sort of channel, I think to build that sort of community, gameplay is the more popular route. And I also think that as far as, making shorts that are going to get people to come and check shit out, they'll be like, why is someone playing Slay the Spire talking about major political things and or communism and or, the history of the Dutch language in Suriname or whatever strange topics come up. Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of what I'm trying to figure out as far as streaming goes, because I have never built a community barring like D&D games. And I'm looking to go a little bigger than that if I can. That's what I think too. I think like there is a subset of people that are down for that, for political commentary over games. I would love if this channel wasn't purely political commentary. The whole idea of ADH discussions was that it would be, multiple topics, all kinds of stuff. But politics is so pervasive at the moment that I think I am totally comfortable talking about it because I keep up with it well enough that I can speak intelligently about it. But B, I think there are a lot of people who aren't keeping up with it as well who would be more comfortable just getting kind of an info dump from a streamer rather than, going and searching out all that information on their own. Now, obviously, there are risks to that sort of thing where you don't necessarily, like, if you're not careful about who the streamer is. Now, I'm pretty open with my biases out front, but if you're not careful with that kind of thing, it's definitely not the best way to get news. But, I'd be more than happy to be a source of good information. And the gameplay thing, the only question I have as far as the gameplay thing is I'm streaming from my laptop. and I don't know how it's gonna handle OBS plus a game. Um, it's not a bad laptop, but it's also not like top of the line. And it's the kind of thing that I know most streamers stream from like a desktop PC setup. And I don't have that and would prefer not to, push out that kind of money for the moment. Yeah, it could mess with OBS Labs. For the moment, I'm reasonably happy with OBS. It doesn't tend to, spin up the fan too heavily on the laptop. But I definitely will be interested to see. Though, honestly, if I go with like older or less intensive games, I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. Uh, but yeah, I think at some level, streaming games is going to be a better way to draw people in than just chatting. Though I have seen some interesting metrics from a VTuber I was watching who talked about like she actually loses viewers when she leaves just chatting to go play a game, partially because her audience is largely millennial and using her on like a secondary monitor. Yeah, I know that you can theoretically stream from consoles, and I have absolutely no idea how it works. And because of how my setup is, and where my console is, I am better off doing it from the PC, just because otherwise, it'll be like weather dependent. You know the game room in my house that has no AC out there or heat. Um, Yes, I know it's easy on the PS4, but also I don't have a ton of games on the PS4. I am largely an Xbox gamer. Um, and I do have a PS4, I just don't play a ton on it. I tend to just have the exclusives for that one. And I'm sure the Series X has options, but honestly, OBS is pretty easy on the laptop. Um, and I'll see, you know, what it can handle simultaneously. But yeah, honestly, I'm gonna be live again at 5:30 tomorrow. I'll maybe see if I can play a game while I'm talking, and get chat up and running. Um, Honestly, it may fit the ADH discussions theme even better if I'm doing a bunch of different shit all at once. Oh, give me a moment. Just gonna stretch. Oh, yeah. Snap, crackle, pop all the way down the spine. But yeah, gameplay is definitely something I've considered, and I don't think you're wrong as far as that being a way to build a community. Yes, very crunchy. Do you know that there is a name for the sound that uh, bone scraping against bone makes? It's called crepitus. Also, it's really gross, especially if it's broken bones. Yeah. No, it's terrible. I don't recommend like looking it up. It's having heard it in person, real nasty. Um, but yeah, it has a name. Ooh, the risk of something like that is developing DJD or degenerative joint disease or degenerative joint disorder, maybe. Um, but basically, bone scraping against bone or putting pressure against bone over time can change the shape and like flatten it out and make it collapse, basically. You get it in a lot of older people who are dealing with like osteoarthritis, where you get both pressure and inflammation. Oh, are you give scoliosis or lordosis? Pelvis is just tilted. Okay, yeah, that's yeah, that's fair. I definitely have medical information in my past. I'm like, yeah, this is about accurate. Sure. That always amuses me when you have like medical forms that are like, have you ever had a surgery in the past? I'm like, well, yeah, in like second grade. I the tonsils were removed. They haven't regrown, so we'll call that a success. Also, I haven't had strep throat since, so major success given that I missed like 13 days of kindergarten to fucking strep throat. My tonsils sucked. Yeah, I know. God, it's very important that the doctor know that shit. Unless I'm having a throat issue, it probably isn't gonna come up. Like, would I make sure to tell an ENT that? Yeah, sure. But the guy looking at my leg probably doesn't need to know. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. What game can I try and stream from Steam tomorrow? I know that I have a bunch of shit. Actually, I could go Steam or GOG, because I have a bunch on both. Oh god, am I gonna download Civilization? Is that a terrible fucking idea? I don't need to lose that amount of my life, I don't think. Oh, there you go. You know what people are clamoring for is political commentary over Stardew Valley. Oh yes, the leg tonsils connection. I was in fact an EMT. Um, and also learned from there why all those stupid questions are on there like 12 times about like have you had surgery? Because those questionnaires will be like, do you have any medical history? And they'll be like, no. And then you'll be like, why is your blood sugar so high? And they're like, well, I'm diabetic. And you're like, motherfucker, we asked. Yeah, farming and political discourse, solid mix. Especially if you're trying to date. I, I was going to make a joke about dating someone in Stardew Valley, and I realized I don't know enough of the characters' names. Leah, sure, let's go with that. I think Robin is another one. I don't know. Oh, there you go. Could do Tom Clancy games with political commentary. I have a strong suspicion Tom Clancy and I were on opposite sides of that fence. Oh, can't date Robin? Sure, okay. I don't know. I know Leah. I know Elliot. Uh, Haley, I think, is one of the popular ones. I don't know. I know the purple-haired chick eats rocks. Yeah, Abigail. That's right. That would actually, what would be funny is actually playing old Call of Duty games and doing political commentary and historical commentary on like what was actually going on at the time in those areas and like the actual theoretical accuracy of that. Honestly, I don't know if that's a fun stream idea or a good YouTube video idea. Um, I think probably a YouTube video because then I could go through the levels, determine where they ostensibly are, what was going on at the time, and then do the research to make it like a video essay. Um, Whereas streaming, I would be like pausing the game all the time to pull through a Wikipedia page. I don't know that that would be as good. But yeah, on my channel that hasn't started yet, but I have the channel and most of a video written. That is actually a thing I might do. That could be fun. In point of fact, I'm gonna open my Google Doc of fucking ideas and put that in, because otherwise I will forget it. Okay, yeah, thank you for dropping by. I appreciate you hanging out. I may honestly wrap up stream a little sooner than anticipated. I was planning on going to like 11, but I might just wrap up at 10 and see if I can make a short out of anything. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you spending the time. Jay was saying he'd probably only be able to make once a week, and I was saying, don't worry about making that time. Like, I appreciate it. I'm glad to have someone to bounce off of in the chat, but this is a hobby for me, and y'all have schooling to focus on, so definitely appreciate you being here, but don't prioritize me. All right. Let's see. Is there anything else I can do that is useful to the Discord, or am I chilling? Think I'm good there. Forager's actually not a bad choice. Could fuck with Hard West too. Let's see. The old Baldur's Gate games. People get weird about RPGs online if you don't play them their way. So, possibly not that one. I could do Alpha Pro. That actually might be an interesting one as far as political commentary goes. Um, Arc, I definitely should not try and run on a fucking laptop. It will explode. Bioshock actually wouldn't be a bad one to do social and political commentary on. because it's genuinely interesting to delve into that. Uh, do, 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 do. No More Room in Hell seems not, you know. Fucking Far Cry 3 on there? Eh, shit. All the fucking Hitman games. Insurgency? Probably not. Left 4 Dead? A little intensive. Yeah, you know, I think I will. Painkiller also a little intensive. Portal would be a good way to get people to log in and make fun of me. Star Wars Empire at War. That was an old strategy game, wasn't it? Was that real time or turn based? Is there a fucking set of reviews? Because I have absolutely no idea. I could do Dredge. Deus Ex could lead to some interesting social commentary. Probably not Lego Lord of the Rings. I don't feel that would do as much. Or store page. Overwhelmingly positive. That's cool. Where the reviews at? Space combat game after it. Da, da, da. Oh, it's real time strategy, not turn based. I want turn based. Could do KOTOR. Probably not Republic Commando. Probably not Starfighter. Clone Wars Republic Heroes. I don't even fucking remember that game. Force Unleashed. Yeah, probably not. Stardew, you know, sure, we'll install that. And, you know, let's see. We are largely talking to ourselves at the moment. I would be potentially interested in, you know, I'll continue till 10. But, you know, I can probably go longer with a game. I should honestly build a, Death to Spies. I don't remember this? What is this? Mostly positive. Oh, yeah, okay. Sure. Counter-Strike. Let's not get into that cesspool online. Just seems like a foolish idea. But yeah, turn-based strategy may be the way to go. Alright, yeah, I think including gaming in my streaming hobby, given that gaming is already a hobby, would probably be a good way to go. Just yapping to myself. Alright. I feel it is important to hit the 10 p.m. mark for no reason in particular, but we're gonna go ahead and do that. And I guess we will stream not under just chatting tomorrow. Can I, in OBS, make Steam a specific thing? Maybe. I don't know. All manner of options, though. Definitely boost discoverability. Yeah, I think probably it's a good call. Oh, who knows? I am flailing around in the dark on this one. That said, we are here approaching 10 p.m., so I think we are closing in on. Yep. Alright. Time to come to an end. We initially stop recording, then, well, no, I guess stop streaming, then recording. Alright. If this ever gets uploaded, it's been a pleasure.